Let's make sure Algora can get the thumbnail. All right, that's got to be good enough. Let's pop out my chat for YouTube. Going outdoors for streams? No. I just want to establish like a good kind of like security setup for when I'm out and about. Like even just going out to a concert or something. I just love the peace of mind of having some camera stuff at home going. But basically, they're going to be doing a like an inspection of the apartment, right? Like the apartment complex. Like while I'm away, which I'm really not okay with. So yeah, I definitely want to have something set up for it. Yeah, I'm really not a fan. But yeah, I feel like I can get this going enough. You like Wise? I don't think I'm aware of Wise. Oh, yeah, no, they're not insisting. They're just saying, like, you don't have to be there. I'd prefer to be here. So here's the next question. Sergeant Pepper, do you have software that you like to use for it? Do you just use the TP-Link software? Or, I mean, I guess the Wise software? And this same goes for anyone else who uses them. Jay or anyone else. Use the software that comes with. Okay. Yeah, my goal is to have it be, like, uploaded on the fly. To, you know, everywhere. Use Frigate? Okay, someone else recommended Frigate as well. Okay. That is a good second bonus. Yeah, so Frigate is Home Assistant. $1 a month? I'll happily pay that. Yeah, that's no problem. Like, what automation are you talking about there, GS Volt? I'm curious about that. On detection. Yeah, okay. Got it. Yep. Yeah, like, at home, I think I'm okay with just, like, movement. I don't necessarily need, like, object detection. Yeah, exactly. So the motion detection, big thumbs up. I've done that at the software level before. Gotcha. Yes, if I had pets, then I would really, like, you know, want to use, like, object detection. If I'm not worried, like, if I don't have any pets, so the only thing that's going to change is maybe lighting. I mean, is it that far off? Depends on the age of the daughter. All right. So, our first step for today, 4-year-old, yeah, basically a small pet. There you go, Swampy. Yeah, obviously. When it detects someone moving, then strobe lights kick in, like helter-skelter on the radio. Yeah, duh. That's standard. I thought that was assumed. Okay, so I got one more thing I want to do for this page that we started building out. Two more things, technically. I want to put a photo of myself on here. Right? Like, definitely. All right, so there's the CM Griffing link thing. Here we can grab self-portrait. Yeah, I'll do that one. Cool. No, all I need is the audio of their shrieks, right? I just want confirmation that they peed their pants. That's all the attack Roomba needs to do. Yeah. W32, H32 rounded full. All right, and then Shadow, MX Auto. Oh. Y'all see nothing. Oh, that's actually not bad looking right there. We'll still center it though. Wait. Shouldn't that padding be spacing us at the bottom there? Is that some margin collapse that we got going? Oh, does anyone know if Time Enjoyed's hackathon is actually going today? I don't see her streaming. I feel like if her hackathon was starting, we would see her streaming. Right? Like I don't actually need that H screen. And that saves us. All right, cool. So then we don't need the MY. So yeah, the H screen was getting us. And then one more thing. I think I just want to turn this to a P4. I bet we can make this a P4 as well. Oh yeah, that looks fun. All right, so instead of the H full though, I do want to put this back to that, and then MB. So here we go. How do we feel about the looks and styling of this? We good? Did it blend? All right. Blog button is a little too discreet. What color should I make the blog button? I feel like I could squish in some of the spacing. I like that better for sure. Yeah, what color are we thinking for the blog button? What if I made it white, like, you know, hold on. What if I made it an outline button instead? If I just gave it like a proper border instead of like worrying about that, I think we'd be good. So yeah, border black, border 1, border solid. No? I feel like it's good enough. I don't actually care that much if people go to my blog. It's not like I post there. I should be better about that, right? But orange? Maybe yellow like the beanie? I don't know. I think I'm good on it. Because here, if we click it, it actually matches my branding pretty well. Right? Though I do orange for like highlight. Oh, that was a mistake. We good? Maybe I put the text back to black? I don't know. I'm good on it. I think it's fine. Nah. I think I'd rather have it match the blog that it's going to. Right? Just like all of these other links match the destination, not the page, you know? Now, here's something. Should I make the text bold? Meh, nah, I'm good on it. I don't care. I think we've done enough. It's good enough. There you go, Geppetto. Nailed it. If anything, I'd change the font to Drama Sans, as is tradition. Oh, I thought you were saying I shouldn't. I was like, well, okay, fine. Yep. Add image and improve length. All right, so I haven't fully figured out the linking there. I do need to go to Cloudflare and redirect that link. I'm gonna have to log in with Cloudflare. All right, so cmgripping.com is currently redirecting to chrisgripping.com. Let's go to render.com. Head to my dashboard and all right, socials. I think I just do a C name, right? Oh, an alias record. Oh, okay. Yep. Oh, they don't let me do an alias record, though. Ah, okay. So hold on. It would be an A pointing to 216 dot 24 dot 57.1. Let me get more music going. All right, and then I add the CNAME for dub F6 X9 and I typed that in the wrong place. Will it blend? Nope, not yet. What's up, Muscle Man? Is that the person that, like, broke the sub record or whatever? I think I saw something about that. Nice. What kind of content does she make? Oh, she was doing, like, a charity thing? Nice. See, I think it's cool and all, but man, you know you're better off just donating directly to the cause, right? Rather than Amazon taking half of it. Well, I mean, how much is she donating? If she's donating the entire sub to the cause, then she's not getting rich. Unless she just doesn't donate. She's donating half. Got it. Yeah, totally, Geppetto. Obviously, yeah. No, Jeff Bezos is basically a dragon sitting on all his gold. Which is his prerogative. Yeah, right? I mean, I'd accept it, but that'll be a while. Like, yeah, I doubt it. What up, Funky Monkey? Brass Monkey. That funky monkey. I don't even know what the Funky Monkey is. Like, what is that dance? Oh, and you know what? I just had one thing I wanted to do here. So hold on. We got the PY. I want to do min H screen. And then we can do center. I just needed the min. That was what I was looking for. Wiz! Hey! Thanks for the follow, Wiz. I thought you were already following. That's fine. No worries. And what's up, Kevin? What am I working on today? We're finishing up this this thing. I'm gonna YOLO this code right on up because I don't care that much. Oh, I should have looked at it. Hold on. I know we have the tab open still. Whatever. Either it works or it doesn't. I don't care that much. I just saw that typo. Oops. You'll be back. Okay, so the next thing is... You can close that. You can close that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that. So yeah, oh, best part of the stream, closing the tabs, right? Oh, nice, Muscle Man. You're like Stanley from the movie UHF. Yeah, don't mess with his mop. Okay, so we got that. We need a QR code generator. Anyone got a favorite one of these? I don't think it really matters. Ooh, we can make it fancy. Never even, like, I know I've seen The Office. I don't know what song you're talking about, though. I don't think that did anything, did it? Oh, there we go. I thought it would update in place. Oh, okay. Alright, so hold on. Do I have a different image? Oh, pictures isn't going to have it. And let's just remove the logo. QR code generator in Rust? Sounds good. And what's up, Ahmed? How you doing? That sounds like a terrible idea, Ahmed. Here's the thing. We want it to be white and the background color black. Actually, no, we can do this. That's fine. Yeah, we don't need to do a gradient. Right, QR code.png. We're going to throw that into our slides. And then, yeah, hopefully we can finish up all these slides. I do have a light blue beanie. Yep. All right. Okay, so those slides should be good, which means we can go to... I have a very high dynamic range, exactly. All right. So I probably want to do something like this. MX auto, the width. Perfect. I'd say I nailed it, right? Now, one thing I'll do is that part. That does add some spacing. Feel like that should work. SPSS, like Stevens Pass Snowboard Shop? I don't know. That'd be tricky. I'm not sure how. I'm a nostalgic person. I mean, I'm a collector. I collect comic books, baseball card, or not baseball, sports cards, starting lineups, which are like sports figurines. I said comic books, right? Yeah, I'm a collector of things. I believe that has its roots in nostalgia, right? I cleaned up the whiskey bottles. Because, yeah, I've got the inspection, like the apartment inspection coming up. So I did clean up a little bit. Why no beanie color redeem? Too much effort. Oh, that's way better. Nice. What if I even do 0? Let's crank it down to 2. Which means I can crank this back to the 36. I could even make that 40. Yeah, there we go. Okay, in 1 second. You did a survey for med school and the professor wants you to feed the data to SPSS. I mean, I'd just use what the teacher said. Honestly, like, why complicate things? If you're thinking about using something else, I'd ask the teacher first, personally. All right, so then I still want to mention this talk. I definitely want to make this joke. Nah, I'm good. Like, I think drawing the circle with the line through it's fine. All right, so we're gonna do one more try of recording this and trying to like knock it out. I didn't trim any of the content, but I think I can like zoom through some of it. So let's try and do this again. Let's practice it out a bit. I'm going to record it. I may not be responsive to comment questions while I'm doing the recording. So if anyone jumps in and asks a question or something, I'm looking to you, the audience, to inform them that I'll be just maximum of hopefully around 10 minutes while I go through this talk, because I need to record a rendition of it to send out and get review from other people. I also need to get a good like feeling for how long it takes. And if we can keep this at 10 minutes, possibly 12, I think that would just be better. So, here goes the recording. Let's make it happen. Hey everyone, my name's Chris Griffin, and I'm going to be presenting about creating a Wasm-powered plugin system for your app, the power of Xtism. So first, a bit about me. I'm CM Griffin on all socials. Go ahead and scan that QR code. It'll take you to my custom-made link tree. I've been a software dev for around 10 years and recently pivoted into developer advocacy for GitKraken. It's my first time as a developer advocate. I'm loving it. I'm a Twitch programming streamer. I stream like 5 days a week, so way too much. And I'm an avid snowboarder. Basically, at any given moment, I'd rather be snowboarding. So let's get into things. What is Wasm? Wasm stands for WebAssembly. It's a low-level, assembly-like language with a compact binary format that runs with near-native performance. Basically, what it means is you can take a language and compile it to this massively portable binary format that will run in any browser you want, in a whole bunch of server runtimes, and you get this massive portability. So you can write in any language you want and have it consumed in the browser, as an example. So I'm going to go quickly through this history because I don't want to waste too much time on it, but basically it started back in 2011, and Wasm didn't even exist itself until 2015, but the idea of a portable binary format that could run in a browser goes all the way back to 2011 and has been noodled on by a lot of very smart people. My favorite talk about Wasm, and basically a talk that predicted this entire future, was given by Gary Bernhardt back in 2014. Before Wasm was even fully announced, his talk talks about ASM.js. But at the end of the day, this is one of the most prescient talks ever, and it's my favorite talk of all time. So, when we think of Wasm, what's the popular usage? Well, we got Figma, CapCut, 1Password, Google Earth, and uBlock Origin, as well as Lichess.org. Running Wasm works in every major browser, right? All modern browsers, which means no IE11. And then there's also the idea of WASI, which is the WebAssembly System Interface. So the WebAssembly System Interface is designed by Mozilla. It provides a POSIX-like environment, such as file I/O and networking. So basically, if your OS needs to like wire up to your Wasm, a WASI interface can be built into the runtime of whatever is consuming your Wasm code. And the combination of Wasm and WASI is incredibly powerful. So a quote by Solomon Hykes, creator of Docker, says, "If Wasm WASI existed in 2008, we wouldn't have needed to create Docker." That's how important it is. WebAssembly on the server is the future of computing. And he said this in 2019, so 5 years ago. He already recognized the writing on the wall. So if you want to run Wasm outside of a browser, you're probably going to want some kind of runtime or SDKs, and Xtism, WasmTime, Spin, and Wasmer are SDKs you can use, but I'm going to be talking about Xtism today. So Xtism is billed by themselves as a plugin system for everyone. It's built by a company called Dilibso. That's fine, that's okay for it. It is BSD licensed, and it's written in Rust. So yeah, if you want to fork it or make modifications, BSD license means pretty much MIT license, so you can do anything you want with it. Some like concepts with Xtism are going to be the things we cover next. The first concept is the host. or where you're going to bring in an XDism SDK. So you can support JavaScript, C, C++, Elixir, Go, Haskell, Java, .NET, OCaml, Perl, PHP, Python, Ruby, Rust, and Zig. That's a lot of languages that you can consume an XDism plugin into using their SDK. But then there's also the idea of a plugin using the plugin development kits, or a PDK, and that's where you would write your plugins in these languages such as JS, AssemblyScript, C, Go, Haskell, .NET, Rust, and Zig. And I assume that they probably have more on them. But basically, it just means that you can write in any one of these languages as a plugin and consume it in any one of those host languages, which is really powerful. You don't have to pigeonhole your users into using one specific language. Now, the concepts of how communication works, there's basically two main ways of communicating between your plugins and your host. Your host can invoke a plugin function, very simply, that's the default way of doing it, but you can also expose a host function for your plugins to call. So you can kind of do this like back and forth and like two-way communication of running some function somewhere and getting the results back in either version of things. Now, when we talk about that communication, we have to think about how this memory is shared. So pretty much the host and the plugin both operate within their own memory spaces, which is just really good for security and safety, right? You don't want to have a plugin possibly crashing your host application. But there's also a separate memory space for the communication layer between these things. And that's important because you're going to need to like allocate and pass memory because you're no longer able to share memory because they're separate processes, basically. That sandboxing means never the twain shall meet, and you would have to maybe serialize objects into something like JSON for that communication. JSON is recommended. You could use MessagePack or any other format that's supported within the languages you're using. They just recommend JSON because it's massively supported. Another concept, and this is a bit not related to the other concepts, is just the fact that XDism comes with a CLI tool to help you with some of the rigmarole, right? They're going to build out, they have a generate function so that you can generate your plugins with Rust, JavaScript, Go, etc. And it'll, set up some of your build processes and some of the dependencies and stuff like that for you to just make it a little easier to work with. And then there's also the idea of testing a plugin without having to load it into your host environment. So you can iterate quicker on just your plugin itself. So very useful. Definitely check out the CLI. And finally, this is even more out of left field and not quite as related to the other core concepts, but I found it very interesting in my learning. You have to use their APIs for networking, right? Instead of using your native Golang API in this snippet, you would have to then use the XDism PDK API for creating a new HTTP request. And there's actually a very smart and cool reason for that. You might not want to let your plugin developers for your application contact any old remote host. You might want to force them to only contact your servers or only contact local host or something. You can actually sandbox and allow list the domains that their networking is allowed to hit, which means that your plugins and your host environment are safer that way, especially for your users that might be consuming plugins that they're not sure what all is happening under the hood. So why did I pick XDism? Well, I'm exploring a plugin system for GitKraken. It's unofficial and unplanned for now, but I just felt like running with it. The GitKraken platform has a CLI tool that's Go. It has a GitKraken desktop experience, which is Electron and JSTS, and it also has GitLens inside of VS Code, which is TypeScript as well. We're also planning a JetBrains plugin, which would be Java or Java/Gradle. That's planned, but it's not available yet. But basically, GitKraken is a tool that wraps Git and makes it easier to work with, easier to understand, and helps with a whole bunch of things like merge conflicts and visualizing your entire commit graph and all sorts of really cool stuff. And Launchpad as well, one of my favorite features. The fact is that we have these awesome features inside of all these tools because we want to meet devs where they are. We don't want to dictate what tool you have to use to actually get access to the features that we think set us apart from some of the other providers of tools like this. And my reasoning for XDism is I wanted something that is consistent from, language to language or platform, product to product within the GitKraken platform. That means the process for adding these features and the documentation for them for the rest of our devs on our teams would actually be coming from one place, consistent-wise. And then just compatibility. Maybe we could write a plugin that works in all of these places without having to do it one by one. That'd be really useful, wouldn't it? So some considerations for like what functionality we might want inside of GitKraken. We could do host to plugin stuff like an events API to hook into things like Git events or file events, or maybe other events like creating a new branch. All sorts of stuff. And really other events there is basically Git events. Maybe I should be considering like pull requests. Plugin to host might even be like maybe we expose a bunch of functions that the plugin can call to hook into parts of our host application's functionality. I don't know exactly what we would do for this, but I need to start wrapping my head around it to actually sell it to the rest of the company so that maybe they decide that making a plugin system is worth it. Another thing to think about is UI integration. We have a bunch of Git providers like Git, Codeberg, like GitLab, GitHub, Bitbucket, and Azure DevOps, but what if we want our users to be able to support Git or Codeberg? With a plugin, they might be able to do that, but they'd need to be able to wire into the UI in some way to select these things. Same thing would happen for task management tools. We support GitHub, GitLab, Azure DevOps, Jira, and Trello, but you can see by this image that Trello's already cut off. So as we add more of these things, it makes it worse on our user experience for you to have to like scroll through this list and find your tool. Instead, if you could just install the one that you care about, then it becomes a lot easier. And then there's other things like theming, right? We only have a few themes. We don't want to maintain those themes ourselves, so we could let users actually create their own themes. We could also declutter the UI because there is a lot going on here. What if the user could actually just enable the parts that they care about? Maybe they don't care about the team's focused aspects, or they don't care about certain parts of this UI. They could clean it up and declutter it by just simply enabling the things that they actually wanted. When you're doing a plugin system, there are definitely some considerations, such as discoverability. How do we make it easy for people to discover and use our plugins? And what about updating plugins? That means we would need a hosted marketplace. We would need a review process to make sure we're not letting in malicious plugins. We'd need user feedback and reviews just for, being able to pick and choose which plugins are actually useful. Version checking and distribution. There's a lot to it that is more than just your plugin system. There ends up being an entire ecosystem around this stuff. And then from there, documentation, right? We'd have to make our documentation. Good docs are hard. XSysm docs handle the basics of the plugin system, but we'd have to make sure we're hosting it, keeping the docs up to date, making example code, and maybe even internationalizing our docs. So there is so much more to building a plugin system than you would normally expect. And I would say if you're looking for good examples of how to build a plugin system and how that marketplace and all that stuff could work, I say look at WordPress. WordPress is really the best plugin system I can think of any open source software, of any software I've ever used, really. And I know I'm running out of time here, so I just wanted to make sure that I shouted out WordPress as maybe if you're going to build a plugin system, this is a great example of it. And hopefully you go out there and enjoy making your own plugin systems as well. Cheers. Woo! All right. So I was talking real fast there. And yeah, four wheel. Sorry. Again, I said I'm not going to respond to things. So I would really appreciate when I do say that in the future, don't interrupt with something that is really not that important. It's fine, but that's why I prefaced the entire thing before I started recording with that comment. And if people see mods doing stuff like that, then it's going to encourage them to do it too. So I really need mods to pay attention when I'm giving that kind of preface. All right. So I did hit the 12 minutes. I've given plenty of presentation talks and online conference talks and all that stuff. I talk at meetups all the time there of it. Are we thinking that there's stuff that I could do to speed it up even more? I think if I get rid of the birth and death of JavaScript, it'd be really good. I don't really think I can cut more other than maybe like speeding up how I talk about these three things. 10 minutes is just so short for a talk. If they're asking for feedback in the future, I'd say make the lightning talks 15 minutes. Now, I could cut these two slides. No, like, the amount of slides doesn't dictate how much time I spend on them, right? Merging slides doesn't actually help. More slides, it's better if I spend less time on them, technically. So that is not actually important. Merging slides isn't going to help. I'd have to remove the content. All right, so it comes down to this. Should I ditch... Let's just go one by one. Should I keep this slide? Right, talking about the birth and death of JavaScript. I think we can cut it. I'd love it if we could keep it, but I think we have to cut it. Now, I'm going to cut it in a way that I can have it for future talks. But yeah, I think we got to do it. Let me get more music on. That's a good point. Yeah, the ones with a lot of languages. I don't need to name all of them. Sure. Oop. No politics, Geppetto. So here's the thing. I can, like, iterate through the slides. Like, I don't need to name them one by one. But I do still want to kind of do, like, the brevity of, like, the IE11 joke. So yeah, hold on. I'm looking through Geppetto's comments. Yeah, I don't know. Really not a fan of some of their other comments, too. Yeah, no thanks. Alright, so then as we look at some of this other stuff. Yeah, I think the HTTP and CLI slides. God, it just feels like it's cutting so much of the meat. God, yeah, lightning talks suck, man. Like, lightning talks with a really hard cap. And also just being 10 minutes long. Slidev, and yeah. The history slide's so quick, though. Like, I guess here's the point. The talk is about creating a Wasm-powered plugin system. Without the history slide, there's not much context on what Wasm actually is. Right? Like, this one we can cut. Definitely want to cover that. I do think the CLI one would make sense. Sure, but does that necessitate, like, cutting the whole slide, or would I, like, couldn't I just say since 2011? I guess here's the point. Who here was unfamiliar with Wasm? Did you benefit from the knowledge of at least seeing this history of Wasm? Regardless of me going, like, line by line. Right, so, like, does seeing this history help a bit? Even if I don't talk about it directly. No, I get it, Larobi. Like, here's the point. I can say since 2011 with a short anecdote. I don't need to cut the slide. I don't need to cut the content.
We are in the prisons of greatness. Username Nancodes is a
and hey, what's up, Noncodes?
electrifying world of Aqua Tag, a hybrid sport combining high-speed jet skiing and laser tag. Their greatest play occurred during the National Aqua Tag Championships, where they executed a triple tag maneuver under the Moonlight Cascade, which is famously difficult due to the reflective interference of the water. This daring move not only secured their victory, but also set a record for the most tags in a single event. Nancodes is celebrated for revolutionizing the defensive strategies of Aqua Tag, introducing agile, rapid response tactics that...
My point, though, Larobi, is do I need to cut the content on the slide, or do I just change how I talk about it? That's the point I'm making. Cutting the slide doesn't help. Having just the text since 2011 on the slide instead of this doesn't help. All I need to do is cut what I say. Just like someone else's comment of combining slides. That's not gonna help. The thing that takes time is me talking about it, not showing a slide. You were learning some C? No, Larobi, I already said I don't want to cut this slide. Like, it's like you're not even listening, dude. Other people appreciated the history of at least seeing it. They can read while I'm talking about it if they want. that's fine. Then say that. Right? Yes, and that's literally what I just said. That is literally what I just said, Lorelli. You learned some of the history regarding rest? Nice. Oh, so did you get into HDOS? Hypertext as the engine of application state. Hypermedia! Shit! Oh, I was so close. Oh, I was so close. What's up? Yeah, you should probably watch the talk. That is the best conference talk of all time. Or at least my favorite. Alright, let's close some of these tabs. Yeah. So one thing to remember, though, is there will be people out there who will say your API isn't truly RESTful unless it is HDOS. Now, those people are overly pedantic, but they are still correct. And technically correct is the best kind of correct. So instead, just make sure you say REST-like. Unless you want to get into that argument with people. I don't care. But, you know, just pointing it out. Alright, let's close some of these. Alright, we're back to here. So yeah, this one, instead of naming all of them... What do you mean? Are you looking for, like, open ones that you can use? Yeah, there's a bunch of, like, public API databases. Or do you mean, like, any that are, like, full-on proper REST? Like, and have HDOS and all that stuff? No. Pretty much nobody implements full REST. Which is why it's, like, really pedantic when people like to argue about it. Yeah, exactly. let's try this. So let's go look at our slides again. Oh, I broke something in between those. Ah, that was it. Uh-oh. Hmm. Oh, I wonder if I have to do this. Oop. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna try and do one more recording of this, and we'll see how this feels. My goal is to try and keep this to 10 minutes. So let's try this again. And maybe this one even goes quicker. And I have room to add something back. If I do add something, it'll probably be the birth and death of JavaScript video. But yeah, all right, let's give it a shot. So, I'm not going to respond to chat, or I'm going to try not to. I would appreciate at least mods. Try not to interrupt me with something that doesn't necessarily matter that much. And let other people know as they chat that I'm in the middle of recording this so I can get a good feel for the time. All right, so here we go. Hey everyone, my name's Chris, and today I'll be talking about Wasm-powered plugin systems and creating one for your app using the power of Xtism. So first, a bit about me. I'm CM Griffing on all socials. I'm a software dev for about 10 years. You can use that QR code to go check out my custom link tree and get links to all my YouTube, Twitter, etc. I'm a developer advocate at GitKraken now, which is my first job as a developer advocate, and I'm loving it. Super fun. I'm also a Twitch programming streamer. I stream about 5 days a week, and I'm a snowboarder. Pretty much at any given moment, I'd rather be snowboarding. So first off, what is Wasm? Wasm stands for WebAssembly. It's a low-level, assembly-like language with a compact binary format that runs with near-native performance. And yes, I copied and pasted that from Wikipedia. But basically, what it means is it is a broadly compatible binary format that you can compile from a whole bunch of languages and consume into the browser or possibly other languages that have a Wasm runtime set up for them. The history of Wasm goes back actually a long way. Mscripton, Google, a whole bunch of these companies did this stuff. And basically, the idea back then was, what if you could compile a game and run it in the browser using 3D and all sorts of stuff that we just didn't have access to back then. And yeah, it's come a long way in those 13 years. Some popular usage is, you can find it in action in Figma, CapCut, 1Password, Google Earth, uBlock Origin, and Lichess. Running Wasm in the browser, it works in all major browsers, which also means that it's not going to work in IE 11, but thankfully most of us don't have to support that anymore. One more important thing to think about when talking about Wasm is a thing called WASI, which is the WebAssembly System Interface. It was designed by Google. It provides a POSIX-like interface, so you get access to file system input and output. You get networking. You get all sorts of stuff that is really like low level, but still sandboxed within the way that Wasm likes to do things, and just giving access to your system from Wasm, basically. And why is WASI and Wasm important? Well, Solomon Hykes, the creator of Docker, in 2019 said, if Wasm and WASI existed in 2008, we wouldn't have needed to create Docker. That's how important it is. WebAssembly on the server is the future of computing. Pretty crazy, right? So if you want to run Wasm outside of the browser, there's a couple SDKs you can use, and you could also do some more low-level things. These SDKs are using open source tools as well to kind of like run the Wasm and do that, but the SDKs make it a lot easier to work with. And the one we're talking about today is going to be Xtism. Xtism bills itself as a plugin system for everyone. It's built by Dilibso. It's BST licensed, which is basically like the MIT license, at least as far as freedom goes. And it's written in Rust. So, Rust mentioned. The concepts of Xtism are, we have the idea of a host. So these are the languages that your application might be written in. And there's a lot of them, right? So yeah, pretty awesome. And these are SDKs that they're actually maintaining. But then when you're writing a plugin, they also have the idea of a PDK, which is a plugin development kit. And that is a limited set of languages, but I assume that they're working on adding more. One of the core things to think about with Xtism is, how do you communicate between the plugins and your host application? The main way of doing that is by having the host plugin invoke a function, or the host invoke a function that your plugin exposes. And then another way of doing that is having functions that your host application exposes that your plugins, or other people's plugins, can actually invoke. So there's this two-way interactivity of working within these languages that are supported. Another important thing then, when we're talking about that communication, is how is RAM and memory actually handled? Well, luckily, Xsysm is creating an individual memory space for your application, right, for the SDK, for your plugin via the PDK, and also for the communication space between them. And all of this is individually managed, which means that they can't access each other's memory spaces, which is better for security. But because of that, it means that you basically have to do message passing from process to process or from plugin to host. And that message passing basically means that you would have to serialize any objects you want to pass. They recommend JSON for that serialization, but you could use any serialization that is supported wherever you need to use it, such as message pack or protobuf or whatever. Now, why am I talking about Xsysm? Well, I started looking into it to explore a plugin system for Gitkraken, which is the company I work for. This is unofficial and unplanned, but it's my dream to actually help them create a plugin system, because that means that devs, right, or users of our programs and tools can build out whatever they need, and we aren't on the hook for maintaining it, but it means that we get this massive extensibility as well. So it's just work that other people can do that we don't have to. Now, the Gitkraken platform is, we have a CLI tool written in Go. We have a desktop application that is a JavaScript, TypeScript app, Electron. There's GitLens, which is written in TypeScript that runs right there in VS Code. And we're even working on a JetBrains plugin that would be Java or Gradle. Now, that's not available yet, but it is planned, and we do actually plan on working on it. It's in marketing stuff. I'm not exposing anything secret by saying so. Now, the reasoning for Xsysm for all these things is I want consistency for our devs internally, as well as consistency for maybe external devs as well. That the process of building a plugin should be consistent within the platforms. The documentation should be consistent and understandable and similar between all of them. And basically, what about compatibility? What if you could write a single plugin that works with all of the things within our desktop platform or within our Gitkraken platform? That'd be really cool, wouldn't it? So when we think about plugins we might want to make, let me make some examples for Gitkraken in general. Maybe I want to expose an events API that could be hooked into for things like Git events or file events, or maybe even like pull request events, things like that that Gitkraken is aware of, but maybe aren't exposed in a way that you can hook into them for whatever functionality you might want. Well, what about plugin to host functionality? We might be able to expose some functions from our applications that you can then invoke from your plugins, which could introduce a whole bunch of really cool functionality, such as maybe like how commit messages kind of like get created, and maybe how you're, doing some other stuff. I maybe need to work on this part a little bit more. I might even consider like how we can integrate plugins into our UI. This is something that you might not actually think about at first, but yeah, you're going to need to have like UI hooks for people to decide where they render their plugins. As an example, we have a bunch of Git providers that we support, such as GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, and Azure DevOps. But what if we also wanted to support Gitee or Codeberg? Sure, we could let someone write a plugin for that, and then we don't even have to maintain it. But also, as we add these things, there's only so much room in the UI. And that becomes even more evident when we look at the task management tools. We support GitHub, GitLab, Azure DevOps, Jira, and Trello for our task management. But you can see by this image that we're already cutting off Trello. So as we add more tools, we just clutter the UI even more, and with stuff that the user might not even need. Instead, a user could maybe pick and choose which providers they want, and then it only shows up as they need it. Maybe things like theming. Right? We only support a couple themes. What if we allow the user to create their own themes? And then, it becomes more fun when you're working at a big company that has their own branding. You can have your own branding within our Gitkraken platform. That'd be kind of cool, wouldn't it? And then finally, decluttering the UI. As we add more and more features to our application, it ends up becoming a bit of like cognitive overload. There's just so much stuff going on. As we make it plugin specific, users can then pick and choose which things they want to add to the UI, and we don't have to even worry about where it goes, because that becomes their problem. If they add too many plugins, well, yeah, you added too many plugins. But more things to think about, right? It's not just about building out our plugin system and our host application and the plugins themselves and the documentation for that, there's also the idea of discoverability. So yeah, how do users discover? Well, they'd probably need a hosted marketplace. What about updating? Well, yeah, they'd probably need some type of like way of updating those plugins from within our app. And how do you check for new versions and all those things? How do people release new versions?
We are in the presence of
right? We'd need a review process, user feedback and reviews, maybe version checking and distribution. Like all this becomes really, really complicated. And yeah, it's still something you need to think about when you're building a plugin system for your applications. Next up, we have the idea of documentation. Yeah, good documentation is hard. XDism docs handle the basics, but they don't handle everything. We'd still have to actually build out our documentation for users on what they could do based upon UI stuff and like the functionality they could hook into. So we'd also have to host it. We'd have to make sure we maintain it. We'd have to have example code and keep that example code up to date. And what if we want to internationalize it? So documentation is also another heavy aspect that you may not be considering when you're building a plugin system for your tools. So really, when you want to look for a real world example of building a plugin system for your applications and for your users to build plugins, I would say look at WordPress. Kind of model after what they've done. They are probably the biggest and most vibrant plugin system I can think of, at least, and probably the most successful too. You know, not every plugin is actually valuable, which is where the rating systems come in. But yeah, if you really want to like take away a good like framework for building out your own plugin system, I'd say take a look at what WordPress has done. So hopefully that inspires you to go out and build out your own plugin systems, hopefully using XDism. And I hope you enjoyed what I talked about today. And I definitely used the word hope too much, so that was a bummer, but this is just a rough draft anyway. Cheers. Thank you. All right, we were at 11 minutes. That works great. Okay, thank you for the raid, everyone. I was doing a recording of my rough draft for this talk I'm giving just later this week. They wanted it to be at 10 minutes long. That was at 11 minutes, and I definitely waffled on a couple parts there. With a little more practice, this will be nice and solid. Definitely, did I say Google? Yeah, brain fart. So yeah, I definitely need to like practice that up more. I definitely was distracted. Like the slides definitely being in a different order took more work. And I definitely got more distracted when the raid came in. But how you doing, Kuju? Yeah, that's fine. And how you doing, X-Metrics? All right, let me get more music going. Man, these albums are going by really quickly. Thanks, X-Metrics. Yeah, I think another practice run will be necessary. Yeah, I misspoke a bunch. What do you mean 10 years impossible? Are you saying like it seems like I've been doing longer? How do I have 40 years experience with only 10 years? I stream a lot, don't I? But yeah, I love building stuff. That's one of those things basically, like when people come into chat like they did earlier today asking about like, you know, being worried about LLMs taking our jobs, I'm not worried at all. Oh, I definitely described it when I did this part. Or I thought I did. Oh, I think I did it on the first run through. Yeah, on my first run through, during this part, I described Gitkraken a bit more. But yeah, I didn't on this one. So, yep, there's another thing I gotta do. So I should probably do one more rendition, because I want the recording to be more polished. And I want it to be a more accurate representation. I also don't want to, like, fumble my words as much. Compatibility. So, synergy. You can have your application be any one of these languages. You can have plugins for those languages be written in any of these languages. Wasm acts as like the interop layer. So it's not even about untrusted, though this code is untrusted, but it's not about the sandboxing as much. It's more about cross-compatibility. How would you run Go code inside of a Ruby application? How would you run PHP code or .NET code inside of PHP? How would you run JS inside of Elixir? I'm not saying you can't do any of this, but I'm saying they can solve a lot of this stuff for you. No, so you're talking about on, like, in the front end Xmetrics. I'm not even talking about that. Like, this all could be just a REST API. So synergy, yes, because XDism already did all of this. XDism is the tool that has set this up. They're already doing it, so yes, it does work. Go, for example, would use TinyGo as the GC implementation. Right? You can ship a garbage collector. Now, it'll be even better when Wasm GC ships. But you can ship your own garbage collector, which is what .NET does with Blazor, as an example. Same thing you would do if you want to compile Go code. And yeah, Kuju, what were you up to? Did I shout you out with the main shout-out thing yet? Why is Python missing as a candidate? Because no one has shipped a Wasm compilable GC for it yet. Now, technically, it's probably because they just haven't built out a PDK. Again, synergy. This is a tool that someone has built, which requires someone to build something. In the talk, I say it only supports these, but I'm sure they're working on more. So at the end of the day, the reason you can't do it is because they don't have a PDK for it yet. Does that mean that you can't do Python that way? No, because there's already examples of running Python within browsers. So you could do it. But they haven't built out the PDK for it yet. If you want to help them build it, go for it. It's open source. Yeah, Xmetrics, I like that idea. I'm going to add that to that slide. Because at least it'll remind me to mention that. I like that. That was a good call. I like that. That was a good one. I don't know. What does everyone think? Get involved or contribute today? I don't know. I think splitting hairs at this point. If so, then I'll just leave it. So does that make sense, Synergy? If you want to do Python, help them build one. Do them both. There you go. Nah, I'm good on that. When you say protobuf would be more standardized, I mean, you can do it. They just recommend JSON. Nothing, like, again, in my slides, Synergy, I say, you can do whatever you want. JSON is just what they recommend. If you want to do something else, then do it. I don't care. No, we don't do that there. It's a language. Opinions, comments, and questions and conversations are really fucking boring. There you go, S-Metrics. That's a solid joke. Again, Lint, I don't care. We're not doing that. I'm working on a thing here. We're talking about that. Standard error, it's fine. People can look me up by CM Griffing if they care about the platform I'm on, or they can scan the QR code. Right? CM Griffing on all socials. They can search for it if they care. You're right. Yeah, this is an older photo. Honestly, the mustache is probably, like, short-lived. I'll probably end up shaving it in, like, a month or two anyway. All right. And man, it's already 6 o'clock. I don't have a passport yet. You can come down to Washington. yeah, let me know whenever you're coming to Stevens Pass. We'll go shred. Alrighty. So, let's try and do one more. I'm going to try to not shred my voice as badly. Man, my right ear needs to pop, though. Yeah, no worries, RJ. Have a good one. All right, we ready for the last practice run? Here's my next thing. Was I talking like really fast? Okay. That is definitely something I commonly do. Oh, I've got a timer going, so that's fine. Yeah, that's why I'm doing the recording. Yeah, we're totally good on time. Like, I can do that myself. What I need y'all to do is, if we get another raid while I'm doing this, and thank you again for the raid, Kuju. Appreciate you. If we get another raid while I'm doing it, let people know that I may not be responding while I do it, because I'd like to get this recorded in a good, proper way. Okay, so here we go. Number 2, or number 3, I guess. Hey everyone, my name's Chris Griffin, and today I'll be telling you about creating a Wasm-powered plugin system for your app using the power of Xtism. So, first off, I am CM Griffin on all socials. That includes Twitter, Twitch, all sorts of places. Find me there, LinkedIn, you know what. Beyond that, I've been a software dev for around 10 years. I have recently moved into developer advocacy at GetKraken, and it's my first time as a developer advocate, and I'm loving it. It's really fun. I'm also a Twitch programming streamer, so I stream about 5 days a week, probably too much. And I'm also a snowboarder. At any given moment, I'd probably rather be snowboarding. So first off, what is Wasm? Wasm is a low-level assembly-like language with a compact binary format that runs with near-native performance. Yes, I copied and pasted that from Wikipedia. What it basically means is that WebAssembly is a massively cross-compatible binary format. So you're not building specifically for Linux or Windows or Mac or whatever. You are building for WebAssembly, and as long as something has a runtime that can consume it, you're good to go. The history of Wasm is actually pretty damn storied. I won't swear in the main thing. Emscripten started in 2011 and goes all the way to 2022. Hold on, I'm going to restart. Standard error, change the quality. Bump it down to 720 or 480. Also, refresh. The reason you get that delay is because it drops frames because you're not able to download it at the full 1080p at full speed. So if you drop it down to 720, you won't have that problem anymore. Let's start this again. I would like to ask all of my regulars and mods and everyone else to maybe let me do this without interruption. Hey everyone, my name's Chris, and today I'll be talking about creating a Wasm-powered plugin system for your app with the power of Xtism. So first off, a little bit about me. I am CM Griffing on all socials. That includes LinkedIn, Twitter, Twitch, and other places that I'm forgetting right now. You can scan that QR code to get a link to a list of all of them. I've been a software dev for about 10 years. I recently pivoted into developer advocacy at GitKraken. I'm a Twitch programming streamer. I stream about 5 days a week, which is probably too much. And I'm also a snowboarder. At any given moment, I'd probably rather be snowboarding. So first off, what is Wasm? Well, Wasm is WebAssembly, a low-level assembly-like language with a compact binary format that runs with near-native performance. Yes, I copied and pasted that from Wikipedia. What it basically means is that WebAssembly is a cross-compatible binary format that you can run as long as there is a runtime that can consume it. You're no longer having to compile for a specific platform like Linux or Windows or Mac. So as long as you have a runtime, you're good to go. The history is actually pretty deep. It started around 2011 with Emscripten and some other things, and has moved into today with Wasm 2.0 as a draft. A lot of history to it. I recommend reading up on it when you can, but I'm going to move past just for brevity and for time. Some popular tools that use it are things like Figma, CapCut, 1Password, Google Earth, uBlock Origin, and Lichess. Running Wasm in the browser is actually really easy. It's just in all major browsers. Except, it doesn't support IE11. Luckily, none of us have to support IE11, hopefully. Another really interesting thing to consider when talking about Wasm is WASI, which is the WebAssembly System Interface. Wasm itself doesn't actually have direct access to the underlying system. It sits within a sandbox. Instead, WASI is what wires up that sandbox to allow you to do things like file I/O or networking, and it was designed by Mozilla. When it comes to Wasm and WASI together, Salman Hykes, the creator of Docker, said in 2019, if Wasm and WASI existed in 2008, we wouldn't have needed to create Docker. That's how important it is. WebAssembly on the server is the future of computing. Now, if you want to run Wasm outside the browser, you can use tools like Xtism, WasmTime, Spin SDK, or Wasmer. And pretty useful. Like, you could also just do some of this wiring yourself with just some more raw runtime kind of things, but these SDKs kind of give you a lot more power, and they kind of solve some of the problems that you would have to solve yourself anyway. So I recommend an SDK, which is why today we're talking about Xtism, which is a plugin system for everyone. It's built by Dilibso. It's BSD licensed, which is basically MIT license, which is basically meaning do whatever you want with it. And it's also written in Rust. So pretty cool there. pretty performant as well, and Rust has a really good compile to WASM story. And when we talk about XDism, let's actually discuss some of the concepts for XDism. So first concept is the host. That'll be your application that you are trying to build a plugin system for. And we can see that there are a lot of supported languages that they have built SDKs for at XDism. But the other side of the coin are plugins, or PDKs, which are plugin development kits. And that is less languages supported right now, but it could possibly be more. I'm sure they have more in the works at XDism, but you could also get involved and contribute one yourself today. When you want to communicate between these things, there's the default, which is a host invoking a plugin's functions, but there's also a way of doing plugins that invoke a host's functions. And that is like a really cool way of exposing more complicated functionality from your host application to the plugin and allowing it to call your host and do something and then maybe send some data to some server or something. Sorry, itchy nose. When we're talking about that communication, we need to consider the memory implications of things. So XDism is going to create a host memory space for your host environment. It's going to create a plugin memory space for the plugins that you're invoking. And then in between those, there's the communication memory space. And when you're passing data from the host or from the plugin to the host or vice versa, you're going to need to maybe serialize your objects into something like JSON. This is because you're not able to share the RAM between these because they're their own separate spaces, and you don't want to have vulnerabilities of things being able to read memory that they shouldn't. So for security reasons, separating those memory spaces is important. JSON is recommended, but you could use anything. You could use protobuf, you could use message pack, you could use all sorts of stuff. You could even use XML, but who would? So now let's dig into why am I talking about XDism? Well, as a developer advocate at GitKraken, my job is to think about developers and how they want to consume our tool, because our tool is a dev tool. GitKraken builds tooling to make Git easier to work with. And we end up having a CLI tool written in Go. We have a desktop application, which is the main thing people think of when they think of GitKraken, and that's an Electron app, which is JavaScript, TypeScript. There's also GitLens in VS Code, which is TypeScript as well. And we're also planning a JetBrains plugin, which would be Java or Gradle, or Java/Gradle. Now, remember, it's planned, it's not available yet, but yeah, if we wanted to support that, we would need something that supports all of those things, and hey, XDism does that. Now, the reasoning is, sure, we could build all this stuff ourselves, but instead we can have a consistent interface between these things that would make our devs actually have one place to look for documentation. The process for adding these things would be similar among all of the parts of our platform. There would also be compatibility. What if you could write a plugin that worked in all of the surfaces, not just piecemeal one by one? Now, that would be a little less applicable for something that needs to do UI rendering, but there could be definitely some plugins that could be universal across these. Now, when we think about what kind of plugins someone might want to build, that gets a little trickier. It's hard to put yourself in the shoes of the people building plugins for your ecosystem. But right now, I can already think off the top of my head, a host-to-plugin system might be an event system. So at a certain event, your host might call a specific plugin because they have wired up to it some config way. Like, they might, in their plugin, send something out to your host application that tells it what stuff it supports as events that it subscribes to. Things like that. We could also have it subscribe to hooks and do something on its own, maybe for diff rendering, right? So when we do Git events like a commit or a push, create a file, maybe merge a pull request, all of these are things that some user might want to hook into and maybe send data to their third-party server. But we don't want to build and bundle that into our application. So they could build their own kind of like insights type system. Even though we offer that functionality, they might want to do different metrics. There's also the idea of maybe a user wants to do some UI integration stuff. And this is something to really think about when you're building your own, application-specific logic and plugin system as well. So for us, we have a bunch of Git providers that we support, such as GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, and Azure DevOps. What if someone wanted to add Gitty or Codeberg? They totally could, but do we want to have to take our own time, our own development time, and do that for them when it might not be something that a lot of our users actually need. If one user needs it, we can show them at least with some documentation how to build it. And then it's something that we don't even have to maintain anymore. Maybe consider task management tools. So we support GitHub, GitLab, Azure DevOps, Jira, and Trello with our task management tools. What if someone wanted to add Linear or UTrack? Well, number one, we can already see that our list of supported like issue and task management providers is long. We don't even see Trello in that list because there's a scroll bar and we'd have to scroll down for it. So the more that we add and support natively, the harder it is for people to discover these things because it requires them to put in effort to scroll. And, you know, just UX-wise, users typically don't scroll unless they have to. There's the concept of maybe theming. Users could create their own themes. That would be kind of fun for a large company like Amazon. They could have their own branded Gitkraken. That'd be awesome. And then also maybe decluttering the UI. As we add features to our application, there's a lot of just stuff in there, and this amount of stuff can actually be a lot of cognitive overload for our users. At some point, we can maybe declutter our own UI and make some of our functionality live as plugins that are maybe first-party plugins that we create that users could then just add rather than having all of it in there by default. But then also, users would be on the hook for if they add too many plugins, well, yeah, they added too many plugins and their UI is cluttered because they cluttered their own UI. So we can kind of clean up what we're doing and support users adding what they needed, which is really interesting. But that's not it, right? Just when you add like the way of users configuring and adding plugins, that isn't all of it. Like, how do they discover what plugins they can add? How do they keep those plugins up to date? Well, bare minimum, you would need a hosted marketplace. You would need a review process to make sure that malicious plugins aren't making it in. You might want to have user feedback and reviews for your best plugins to filter to the top of your lists. And you would probably also want to have some type of like version checking and distribution server type logic. So this is all stuff that someone would have to maintain. So it's not just building your plugin system, there's also the ecosystem around your plugin system. Beyond that, there's documentation. That's also part of that ecosystem. Good documentation is hard. Xtism docs handle the basics of the plugin system, sure, but they don't handle our specific stuff, like what you can configure in a UI, what you can configure elsewhere. We'd have to host the docs somewhere. We'd have to keep those docs up to date. We'd have to create example code and keep that example code up to date. And what if we also want to internationalize it? So just remember that building a plugin system is not just the basic parts. There's an entire realm of effort around it. And I really think if you want to look at one of the best plugin systems ever, WordPress is probably it. It's probably the most used plugin system in the world right now. And they're nailing it. They have all those things I just mentioned. They have a marketplace. They have user review. They have, feedback, etc. And they also have a distribution system to get updates to those plugins. So again, if you're looking for inspiration, really do look at WordPress. And I hope that actually sums up what I was trying to get across. I hope you learned something today, and I hope this inspires you to go create your own plugin system at your own companies and applications. Thank you. All right, so that was at 12 minutes. God, these kids outside are super annoying. That's another big reason I'm really hoping to move out of this place when my lease is up. I just really want to yell out my window to tell them to shut the hell up. They're out there every day. I want to tell these kids to get off my lawn. All right, so I think that was a good rendition. Yeah. No, they're just so annoying. Like, dude. I think here's the big thing. I think they're like out there unsupervised too. All right, hold on, Synergy. Feels a bit unclear on the slides. Sure. Again, it's an abstraction layer between languages. Yeah, your quote right there is way too much. And it assumes that people even know what a stack-based virtual machine is. I'm sorry, like, no, you can't assume that for the audience. WASM abstraction plus WASI is OS abstraction. Compilation target sounds fun. Sure. I think you're getting a bit pedantic there, Synergy. Again, recognize the quote from Solomon Hykes. If WASM and WASI existed, Docker wouldn't be necessary. That should sum up everything everyone needs as far as the OS abstraction goes. I have 10 minutes. Again, Synergy, I have 10 minutes. That's it. Yeah, maybe you missed the context. I said technically correct is the best kind of correct, but I also said the people that care too much about that stuff fucking suck. Like, dude. I was quoting Futurama with that quote, and the person in Futurama who says it is insufferable. Exactly. This is a conference talk. Conference talks need to talk to the lowest common denominator. This is not a look how smart I am kind of talk. Let me put it this way, Synergy. The comments you just made are things that I would fully expect from a Hacker News thread. And Hacker News comments are basically insufferable. You had some good nuggets in there. I would focus on brevity and the things that you actually think matter. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude. I am just being honest with you. Your comments were very, very much Hacker News-like. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Gotcha. It's a lot of, look at how smart I am. It's very similar to a lot of the subreddits out there. Right? Have you read the comment threads in, like, the web development subreddit? Boy, it sucks. Like, dude, it's the worst. It is the worst. The Go subreddit? Oh my god, those people. Yeah. It's a lot of just look at how smart I am. Why isn't anybody listening to me? Of course I know better. I'm commenting, aren't I? Like, you know, like, yeah, it's just, it's the worst. I'm not saying every comment is bad, which is why I was trying to point out that you did have some good points in there. I think compilation target is a really good note. I like that. I don't think I need to squeeze it into this. And I'm pretty sure I do mention that it is about compilation. But I have given this rendition multiple times. God, this kid is still fucking trying. Hold on. I need to see if they are unsupervised out there, because I will be making a complaint. Where are your parents? Where are your parents? You guys shouldn't be out here unsupervised, especially when I hear people crying that much. See, exactly. Like, that should not be happening. There should be an adult. You guys need an adult. You should not be out here unsupervised. These are young kids. It's not like they're in, like, junior high or something. But yeah, that's just bad parenting too. Like, dude, there is a kid crying endlessly outside. No parent in sight. They are too young to be unsupervised outside. I live, like, right next to the courtyard. And yeah, Xmetrics, that's the thing. Like, yes, I know people make those jokes. That's a joke from 30 years ago. We're beyond that. And this kid is still bawling her fucking eyes out. I'm gonna start just playing metal out the window. Right? Like, why not? Right? Like really explicit metal. That's fine. Yeah, win-win. Oh, you know what I'll do? Hold on. I'll like close my windows in a way that I don't hear it, and I'll just play Baby Shark nonstop. That way the kids are just singing Baby Shark. I know, yeah. I just wish we had proper Seattle weather and it was raining. These kids wouldn't be out there anymore. Yeah, I don't know. Anything retaliatory would be over the line. I just need to complain. Lost children will be taught C. There you go. No, young children will be taught to listen to Insane Clown Posse. I'm gonna put on Great Malenko if you guys don't behave. I think that'll do it. That'll do it, right? Oh, turn those kids into juggalos? Woo! Woo! That's the move. I'm about to time you out, X-Metrics. Right? Like, nah, man. Like, I don't even want to hear it. But I'll use it as punishment if I have to. Alright, so, how did we feel about that last rendition? Synergy, I know you have opinions. Hope I didn't scare you away. I think the basic is that to create a binary, you're going to have to compile. That's pretty standard. But I should definitely mention compilation when talking about the other stuff. Does anyone else have any major feedback? And yes, I said it was according to Wikipedia. It's actually from MDN, so I gotta remember that part. All right, one more thing, though. Hold on. Let me... grab this latest video. Feel like I did pretty good on that read. And yes, I was probably too harsh on Synergy. I only have 10 minutes and I'm already at 12. Technically, I can squeeze it to 12, but that means there's no Q&A. I'm not sure there'd be any good Q&A to happen for a lightning talk anyway. So yeah, I'm gonna squeeze that 2 minutes into my talk and hopefully the organizers are okay with it. But that's up to them. They can tell me I'm blowing it. Ooh, and hold on. Check this. There we go. Expedia, view trip. I'm gonna send this to them. Okay, cool. And yeah, how's everyone doing out there? Yeah, I didn't realize how much the kid crying was stressing me out, man. Fievel, we already skipped so much. What part would you recommend I skip? Like, you got to be really prescriptive at this point. Like, what part is skippable? I think the history is essential, right? I could talk about the history quicker, sure. Definitely got to do the about me. Right? Like, what slide would you specifically recommend I skip? I feel like the IE11 joke I make right here is actually essential. And it's barely a joke, but kind of needs something. No, it's still actively worked on. Like, if you had looked at the slide, a draft was created in 2022. It just means that's the latest event in WASM. So not the, like, do you mean the usage? I basically just list the items that are used. That part's quick. Like, dropping 2 items would save, what, 10 seconds? Now, maybe you're talking about in the functionality. I do agree that the functionality is something I need to work on. So, in my opinion, I think UI integration is important. No matter what, I need to make sure I am shouting out Get Kraken and Get Lens in some way, because if I don't, then why would they cover my plane ticket? So if I don't cover Get Kraken enough, that's $700 out of my pocket. We're already like iffy on IFLO covered, right? Luckily, the conference is covering the hotel, but yeah, like, no, I'm definitely trying to get Kraken to cover the flight. So I definitely want to cover enough about Get Kraken. Now, this slide, I do think needs work. But really, the part that I think needs work is just this part. Start the timer after my intro and we're good. Sure, I get that, Snowy, but what would I put on the slide? Like, what would I put in the diagram? And at the end of the day, sure, the diagram would make this slide look prettier, but I'd still probably want to talk about what's in the diagram, right? Yeah, this slide I definitely want to rework. I don't think it's going to change the amount of time it takes to actually talk about the content that I want here. That's the tricky part. Hey, G-U-S-J.
We are in the presence of great Miss, which is a renowned competitor
Hold
in
on,
the thrilling
let's hear
world of Skyblade, a sport where athletes perform aerobatic maneuvers with jet-powered wingsuits. Their greatest play was at the Global Skyblade Championships, where they executed a triple cork maneuver through floating hoops suspended at 10,000 feet, a move that had never been successfully completed before in competition. This daring feat not only secured them the gold medal, but also set a new world record for complexity and execution in Skyblade. Their impact on the sport is monumental, inspiring new athletes to push the boundaries of what's possible in the sky.
Skyblade. They say that one a lot, actually. Yeah, that's a bummer. You're not in Seattle anymore. That's fine, though. I will be in New York City for JS Nation and React Summit. And G, who is Jay? Did you see that, like, Terminal is going to be doing some event, I think, on the 18th? You're going to be in Copenhagen. No worries. That's fine. Well, for anyone else that's in the New York area. So yeah, anyone in the New York area, check out this event. They've got more tickets. I'm not sure what they're actually planning. $30 a ticket, though. What? $6:30 to 8:30 on the 18th. I might not even be able to make it. Shit. I have a ticket. Sponsored, by the way. Yeah, I mean, that's... Hold on, wait. 18th would be... Yeah, this is the SSH coffee people. Yep. So yeah, speaker dinner is going to be the night before on the 17th, which I can totally do, which I can make, which means that this after party is 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. for that, which means I can make it to that, and then make it back to the JS Nation after party. Okay. So I can make it to this one. I can totally make it to this one. You might be back by then? Yeah, let's plan around when you might be there. Like, let me know. Go ahead and message me. Because I haven't booked my flight or hotel for any of this yet. Like, I'll definitely be in town for this event. I could stick around for another day. I could also show up a day early. I actually plan on being there a couple days early. I need to start booking out, like, comedy venue tickets ahead of time, actually. But yeah, hold on. I gotta go use the restroom real quick. So, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. And yeah, how you liking NYC? Like, are you in the city proper, or are you, like, in a suburb? Let me know. I'll be right back. Gotta pee, get more water. I'll see you in a sec. Okay. You live in Midtown Manhattan because you hate commutes. And you really like it. It's worth noting it's really expensive. Yeah. Yeah, I stayed near, what is it, like Union Station? Like basically like Koreatown. I think I'll probably try and stay in the same place because it was great. I was just like a couple blocks from like a bunch of comedy venues. I was like on the same block as Rick's. Hold on. I don't know if I'm proud of this, but I do have it. I'm pretty sure I have another one of these too. I went to Rick's every night I was there. Because I'm coming from the West Coast, where it's 3 hours earlier in the day. So when 2 a.m. hits and every East Coaster is like, all right, we're going to sleep, I'm still down to party. So yeah. Yeah, I went to Rick's every night. Like so much so that the bouncer was like, hey, welcome back, Chris. Maybe that's not a good thing. NYC bars close at 4. Oh, okay. I still ran into a fair bit of, like, a bunch of restaurants that closed early, but yeah, there were also, like, some 24-hour restaurants, too. All right, let's do one more of these. We'll call this the last one of the day. But yeah, I had some good food, had some food, had some great, like, Korean barbecue. Like, yeah, I'll definitely, like, even if we don't meet up, I'd still want to get, like, your opinion on, like, what I should check out. Janhua, who's one of our mods here, also had some good recommendations, but he's from Jersey. What does he know? I'm kidding. That's my test to see if Janhua's out there. We knew what you meant. I think all the extra vowels actually helped it. Lamafiao! Like, that's what I pronounced it as in my head. And I think that's great. All right, so we're already at 7 o'clock. We do need to fine-tune these slides, and I would like to finish them up completely today. Yeah, I know where you're standard. Yep, have a good one. And again, sorry for my harshness earlier. Did the thing help? Did changing the quality actually reduce the latency? Because that's the fix, like, almost every time. Just change it from the 1080 down to 720, and you're probably good to go. Not always, but in my experience. You don't even have to close the browser, just to refresh should do it. Pausing and replaying doesn't. But a refresh should do it. Time to rebuild. Yeah, for sure. And what's up, bedtime? What you up to, Mr. Sir? Let me upload my video. Wow, Jesus. Bash Bunny can do a live stream and get 6.5 thousand views on it. That's crazy to me. She does have 30,000 subs, though. That probably helps. You only respond with application JSON. Why are you getting a super rare error with unexpected type text /HTML? Cores? right? Is that the pre-flight? Oh, it didn't help. I'm sorry, Standard Air. Yeah, it definitely didn't help if that's how long it took you to reply. It did not help. No, that wasn't it. All right, let me upload this video. That way I don't forget. Oh, interesting. Let me get more music playing. Oh, we can listen to Ronald Jenkins again, though. Sorry, YouTube. You're not going to be able to see it. Yeah, and I think G Who is J is like hitting the nail on the head. If the load balancer is hitting some kind of error, it may be spitting out something. It could also just be some bad middleware. Oh god, I'm gonna space on his name. It's Taz Singh, who is like a frequent conference speaker, etc. He's also building guild.host. When chatting with him after like React Summit last year, he basically he said that one of his favorite things back in the day of Rails was counting how many different like error pages certain like websites would have for like a 500, right? Because depending on your middleware and the middleware that failed, they would have their own 500 error. So depending on the use case, you could totally see like a completely different 500 error page because of whatever middleware that you had added to the application. And I think that's hilarious. So you're the server provider. Yeah, and I know you can't say any more, but I would really check into, like, what middleware do you have? See if you can inspect which middleware might be failing. It's probably not a middleware problem. Yeah, load balancer seems like all it could be. Okay, so you haven't said anything. I am simply making a wild guess. It depends on which load balancer you're using. Are you using the ALB or ELB? Again, you don't have to say. I feel like they are slightly different in how they fail out. Okay, so you can say the ALB. All right. That's the newer one, right? I think older is the ELB. So probably not an ALB problem. Is it possible it's a Cognito issue? I ran into some Cognito problems for sure last time I used it. It's why I hate Cognito. Okay, so it's not Cognito. All right. You don't use it. Gotcha. Yeah, I've run into Cognito giving me like 200 failed successfully. You know, like those kind of problems. I hate Cognito so much. Yeah, I wonder, could it be a rate limiting thing? Is it happening during a spike from a user? Rate limit is not hit. All right, yeah, I don't know. This is kind of fun though. It's like a game of Guess Who. Okay, is your person bald? No? All right. Are they blonde? Alright, so I want to work on this slide. Ooh, what do we got here? Anything cool? Hey. So yeah, I want to improve this slide. Bare minimum, like a new branch, like a merged pull request. Oh, I guess that's a good point. Yeah, what is the status code? Oh, Heiner, I mean, this is Ronald Jenkins. Like, this is classic. This is my favorite song. If I saw Ronald Jenkins in concert and he didn't play this song, riot. Well, I don't know, Heiner. I think he got into doing, like, actual, like, studio stuff for some people. But I'm not sure. Yeah. Well, hold on. Oh, he's looking real old now. Wow, age hit him hard. Hey there, YouTubes! Wow, dude. I feel like he's my age. I don't look that old, do I? If I do, don't you dare say it. I'm kidding. No, you can be honest. Alright, good. I look wise. I don't look 40? Alright, that's good. That's the right answer. Don't look a day over 29? Alright, I'll take it. I'll take it. I mean, my hairline gives me away. Yes, I am 40. I turned 40 3 months ago? Yeah, 3 months ago. I feel like the mustache ages me a little bit, right? Especially like the bit of gray right there. Yeah, I'm so curious, like, how old is Ronald Jenkins? He's younger than me. Damn, dude's got some city miles on him. Like, whoa, dude. Dude's got city miles on him. That's so crazy to me. yeah, I stole that from Men in Black. What is it? 3, maybe 4, whatever. Yeah, Will Smith's character says that to James Brolin, right? Like young J or whatever. Young K? K. It's a really fun one, actually. I think it's better than Men in Black 2. Hold on, like, how many Men in Blacks were there? I think it's Men in Black 3, right? I didn't catch, like, the latest. Men in Black International? I don't think I saw it. Yeah, it was definitely Men in Black 3. Yeah, because it has Young J. Or Young K. Yeah. So Josh Brolin plays young Tommy Lee Jones and nails it. Like, nails it. Yep. No, this one's really good. I thoroughly enjoyed this. I thought it was better than Men in Black 2, for sure. Men in Black 2 was meh. And I didn't see the latest. Yeah, exactly, Illust, for sure. Oh, was that it, Vibrant? That was, like, the old person we saw of Ronald Jenkins wasn't actually Ronald Jenkins? Okay, that makes so much more sense now. So that is not Ronald Jenkins. Okay. That makes so much more sense now. Okay, that's not him. Okay, alright. That makes the... Okay, everything makes sense now. Yeah, later G was Jay. I don't know! You're right, the glasses aren't thick enough. Yeah, I got bamboozled. I don't know, I'm just saying, like, when people get old, they get old. Hey there, YouTubes! Yeah, touche. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. Ronald Jenkins does seem like the kind of dude to wear his own t-shirt, right? That's not a slight. I don't know. Like, yeah, the glasses weren't as thick. Sure. Okay. It was about to blow my damn mind. Okay. No. So this is 2023. Okay. No, he's looking good. All right. Nah, yeah, shredding. All right. Okay. Yeah, no. Yeah, he's looking good, actually. Good job, buddy. Hey there, YouTubes. Tazon Day replied to it. Oh my god. That gives, yeah, that gets a thumbs up for sure. I'm trying to remember. I feel like I know someone who's chatted with Tazon Day somewhat recently. I don't remember who it was that said that, though. But okay, alright. The world makes sense again. I was really thinking Ronald Jenkins had some city miles on him. Like, that's definitely a tweet right there, though, isn't it? Chocolate rain. Like, yeah, for sure. Hold on. I'm trying to think, is there like a better way to like view this? This is definitely throwing fire. Yeah. We'll just, yeah. I was gonna, like, maybe tag him. They did own their mistakes. They said sorry. Hold on. Hey, what's up, Akavenge? Dude. Ken, I'm gonna have to like every single thing you're doing here. Because it's so good. See, here's the thing. Jamin is actually really big and into the AI stuff, but even Jamin recognizes that it's not taking anyone's job. These cartoon AI clowns. I'm liking way too much of this stuff at a time. Revenge of the Nerds. Oh, it's a play on like a rapper. Like he's really big into rap. Lil Uzi Vert is some mumble rapper. Lil Uzi Perf, because he does talks about performance. Chilling, watching the GOAT of Twitch currently. Oh, who's that? Our buddy Donnie is on the homepage. Yeah, I've been lurking him all day. For sure. Yeah, I've been lurking Donnie all day long. Yeah, it turns out as a partner, you can actually just apply to get onto the homepage. So yeah, like, I guess I'm gonna start applying to be on the homepage. Should probably drink less whiskey, huh? I appreciate that, Akavenge, but, you know, come on. There are plenty of people that entertain. But yeah, quite like me, sure. You know, it's hard. I assume it's somewhat, like, unique. But yeah, thank you, Akavich. I appreciate it. See, now hold on. Is there someone specific he's talking to? Like the founder thing? No, that's awesome. I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. Before I wrap up for the day, which we don't have to do just yet, we got plenty of time, I do need to think about what we put on these slides. Like, right, new branch, that ain't it. So, hold on. Oh, I didn't save. Well, that would be part of that. What do we think would be better about this page? Someone mentioned a graphic. I think plugin to host. And instead, yeah, we can get rid of this whole line and then make it just like host events. So then like get files other. Namikuro, thank you for the follow. Welcome. And what up, Chubby Kid 06? I know that was 40 minutes ago. Thank you for the follow, though. Wait, what? You mean, like, why isn't the title in all caps? See, you're using this word HR, or this, like, acronym HR. Do you mean human resources, or do you mean home run? He means horizontal rule, obviously. Duh. Okay, I get it. Oh, you mean how diff right here isn't capitalized? Yeah, sure, we can fix that. Again, I think this whole section's gonna disappear, so quibbling over the capitalization of it doesn't matter. Like, this whole bottom part's gonna be modified. Yeah, I don't care. Akavenge. That is such like a minute detail that I don't give a shit. Because I'm probably going to delete all those anyway. So from an HR standpoint, I think we all hate HR anyway. So get out of here, Karen. Karen from HR is pissed and I don't care. I say that, I think actually at work, hold on. We actually have a Karen in HR. She's awesome, actually. I don't mean Karen at work, I mean Karen here in chat. No, actually, like, it's fine. I'm just joking. But also, yeah, I think you're seeing the forest for the trees. We need to rework that entire section. So don't worry about quibbling over the details of that yet. And hold on, we didn't see Time Enjoyed stream today, right? Like, it said her hackathon was starting. I'll send her a message just to check. So instead of, yeah, we got host events. Instead of plug into host, oh, and Simon H. Frost, thank you for the follow. Yeah, welcome. Here's my thought. I want to try and think about we have events that we can call out 2 plugin functions for. But I also want to think about what functions could we have run inside of GetKraken, right? We could expose like an entire like host function that a plugin can then call on an event. Right, so then it's like host functions. Oh, and hold on. I want to look at this. JS Nation. And React Summit. React Summit US. Oh, I didn't mean to click that. So on the 19th, ooh, the pre-event meetups. I just want to see who's presenting at this. Oh shit, Graham's gonna be at this? Nice. I should send a message to Graham that he should probably reach out to like Dex and them for like the night before thing. To be announced soon. Wait, are they still like waiting on more? I definitely let them know I'll do a pre-recorded talk. for both. Like, I don't mind. Like, I assume you mean by Weezer themselves, right? Like, best song ever, like, no one could ever quantify that. But best Weezer song? Okay. I really like Sweater. If you want to destroy my sweater. Like, dude, that song's super good. Buddy Holly's actually really good, too. Pull this thread and walk away, man. So yeah, so Ken Wheeler's not giving a React Summit talk this year? Is he giving a JS Nation talk? Wow, Ken Wheeler not? Oh, wow, Graham's giving a talk at both. Oh, wow. Big time. Ooh, I know that guy. Damn, I saw this dude and was like, hold on, is that Olavo Storos? Olavo, you out there? Oh, nice. Josh is giving a workshop. I need to start trying to give workshops, too. I feel like that'd be a good time. Damn it. Yes, I was even at this, and I was, like, supposed to be on this panel. But I showed up a bit late, and I was a little bit hungover, so I just went and hung out in the audience. I should have been in this photo. I fucked up. I could have been right there on that corner. That would have been great. See me be a guest speaker? Like, what do you mean? Like, I'm speaking at JS Nation for sure. At React Summit, I did propose a talk. Didn't get accepted, but it does seem like they got room. Right? But we'll see. We'll see. I hate all these songs with actual like rap on them. I was spacing. That's my bad. Oh. Turning this up for myself. In person? Yeah. All right, so 18th, 19th. Neil deGrasse Tyson knowledge. I'm not that dude, man. Like, I don't know all that stuff. Veronica C. Mueller, I'm gonna guess. It could be Mueller. Typically I see an E when it's Mueller. But let me know. I'll pronounce it better. Just let me know the pronunciation. I want to do it right. I can just say Veronica and then not have to say the last part. That's easy enough. But thank you for the follow. Oh, anything good? Ah, yeah, throwback. Hey there, YouTubes! Lockie will know the reference. Second moon? Like, not just pressed ham style? Like, what do you mean by second moon? Like, we're gonna have 2 full moons in 1 month or something? And yeah, pressed hams is a thing I totally ripped off from Fanboys, the film. All right, so we still got to think about what we do. Scientists are calling it a second moon. Oh, is it like visible? Wait, hold on. Oh, the size of a school bus. Got it. But it's going to be orbiting for 2 months. That's kind of crazy. Oh, I messed up. Oh, that was the wrong thing to close, too. There we go. Wait, why did I have highlight open? It's not like I'm going to forget about highlight. I mean, dude, isn't your family like low tech anyway? Like they're not into tech? Who cares what they think? Right? They think you're weird for doing like all this other stuff too, don't they? Yeah. At some point, I just start ignoring the rest of my family. The moment you make it big, they're gonna come crawling and say like, oh man, we always knew you'd make it. Yeah, you go international with your cleaning service, they'll come a-crawling. So that's a thing, Akavenge. Have you thought about how you might turn like a cleaning service business into like an Uber for cleaning services? Right? I know Fiverr kind of does it, but you still got to solve like the check-in problem, right? If you were to solve that at like a major scale. Mobile shower trucks to job sites. Oh, that's a totally different thing. Like you're cleaning something totally different at that point. Honestly, mobile shower trucks are not just a job site thing. Like mobile shower trucks would work for like non-profit, like homeless camp type stuff too. Dude, you could make a fucking killing with that. Like non-profits would pay you, you would be for profit. But non-profits would be like your target customer. Dude, mobile shower truck. You're really onto something there, dude. You're like really onto something. Nah, man, like, I get it. Job sites works, but, like, you could make money off of nonprofits, right? Nonprofits would donate too. Like, not donate, but, like, spend money on bringing you out. Because all you got to figure out is, like, the franchising of the truck. Right? Figure out how some random person in some random city can build this out using your branding, etc. Dude, like, no, you're really onto something with that. You're really onto something with that. No! You could charge. The nonprofits would pay you. Right? You could profit off the nonprofits that are... Dude, like, think about it this way. The majority of nonprofits, 30% of their revenue actually goes towards helping people, at best. I know there's better, but we're talking, like, the averages. So that's what I'm saying. Like, they could pay you because they're going to pocket the majority of their revenue anyway, right? So, yeah, you make money off those people because they are sponging anyway. No, I get it. I'm just saying, like, dude, nonprofit businesses definitely profit off of them, right? Unless they're a good one and you cut them a deal, right? That's up to you. But if it's the Red Cross, fuck the Red Cross. Charge them every fucking penny you can. Because they actually give out less than like 10% of the money they generate. The pink ribbon, like, breast cancer, like, company pays out like less than 10% of the revenue they make. Right? Like, dude, absolutely profit off the nonprofits that fucking suck. Yes, exactly, one off air. Like, that's the one. That's like the pink ribbon one, right? Yeah, those people fucking suck. They're the worst. They're basically give to any other nonprofit besides that one, besides the Red Cross. That's fine, Akavenge. Like, just because no one's done it yet doesn't mean it's not a good idea. Like, you got this. I really, really believe in that. But I don't think operating it as a nonprofit is the move. I think operate it as a for-profit, and then you can operate it everywhere. And then if you want to give money back, then give money back. Oh, United Way is a nonprofit? I thought United Way was just a pyramid scheme. Technically, United Way is a pyramid scheme that operates as a nonprofit, right? Is that the gist? I'm pretty sure that's it. Like, dude, I remember working at a Costco as one of, like, the food sample people and having some dude pitching United Way to me. Because he knew, if you're working as one of the food sample people at a Costco, some people know that those are actually contractors. They don't actually work for Costco. And most of the people doing the food samples at Costco are down on their luck. Now, it's just something I took for a month or two while I was waiting for snowboard season. And it fucking sucked. Oh, dude, it sucked. Oh, it was bad. Oh, it was really bad. Yeah, they are fully contractors. Like, dude, yeah, they're like you may have heard that Costco pays their employees really well. The food sample people are not employees. and they get shat on. Like, I swear, I almost lost my job one time because some dude, older, no one around, like just him, comes up, asks for a sample. He's holding some like acne cream, and I'm just like, oh, doesn't look like you need the acne cream. And he like lost his shit. He's like, what if I was with my kid? Like, ugh. Like he lost his shit over it. Like, damn, dude. Could you just be a human being about it? I'm sitting here working the food sample counter at a Costco, and you're gonna blow up at me? Motherfucker. Like, dude, it was really bad. It wasn't the worst job I've ever had, but man, it was close. So four-wheel, here's the thing about working at a Costco. I believe when you work at Costco, you're actually like, I may be mixing that one up, but I'm pretty sure when you work at a Costco, you're actually like incentive, like you get part of like the profit of the business. I know Winco is definitely that way, like in Oregon and I believe California. I don't know if we have Winco here in Washington. I think we do a little bit. None nearby. Winco is one of those where if you're a full-time employee, like, you absolutely, like, yeah, you're an employee and an owner. Is that Costco too, or is that just Winco? I know Winco is that way. I don't know if Costco is that way. I thought it was, but I could be, like, conflating the two things, for sure. Right, like, as an employee, like, full-time at Winco, you actually get, like, a percentage of the profits, and you actually have voting rights. As far as, like, the board goes and shit. Like, Winco, if there's a Winco in your area, you should absolutely support Winco. It's like a Costco, but you don't have to buy crazy bulk. Yeah, Winco's the best. Like, when I lived in my van, I tried to only shop at Winco when I could. Stuff I would buy at, like, any other grocery store was, like, potatoes and onions type stuff. I would drive down into, technically Gresham, but basically Portland, just to buy the shit that's expensive. And when I was living in my van, that was, like, summer sausage and a whole bunch of that stuff. So Costco is publicly traded. Okay, gotcha. And you can choose to invest. Got it. Okay. Now, one-off, were you actually talking about Winco then? With, like, the part owner thing? I just want to verify that part. I just want to make sure, like, we're talking the same thing. Or instead, were you just only talking about Costco? You were talking about Winco as well. Okay, cool. Just wanted to double check. Yeah. Just making sure. That's all. And the delay makes this a little harder. So, no worries. Man, I love that album. Cosmo Sheldrake. Super good, man. I don't think this whole album is good, so we'll have to skip stuff. But a bunch of the songs are amazing. No, Winco's also especially amazing because they're 24-hour, aren't they? I know I've been in Gresham, right? Me and a bunch of friends grabbed a bunch of snow from Timberline, brought it down to Gresham, and they started setting up that Olive Garden double kink rail. not a big double kink. Like, honestly, like, we could have found a better rail, I bet. But they started setting it up, and I walked over to the Winco that was right there across from that Olive Garden, and I bought myself some Arizona iced teas. Because why not? Because they were 24-hour. Like, dude, so good. If there's a Winco nearby, you should absolutely support it as much as humanly possible. And I feel like my description, Costco, but you don't have to buy a year's worth of something, is pretty accurate, actually. It's a big, like, giant warehouse-sized store, but you can buy, like, individual, like, parcels of things. Because they operate on volume still, but, like, individual volume. Like, it's just so good. God, I wish we had a Winco nearby. If I had $1 million, I'd open up a Winco. Right here in Redmond. I know, it would probably cost more than $1 million to open up a Winco, but whatever. And again, because it's like a private company, I don't think you can actually do that franchise-wise. Ooh, and hold on. I think I just got a message.
Distant thoughts become cluttered mind. What is a drop in the ocean? Far and few, but long behind. We're spun by the heavenly motion.
Hold on, I gotta send this link to someone here on the Twitter.
April's dew becomes autumn's wine. Leave everything always unbroken.
Aldi's does the employee owner thing? I didn't know that. Oh shit. I feel like, are they just UK or is that Canada as well? Like, as far as I understand it, Aldi's is like a UK brand. But I only know it from other stuff. They have Aldi's in Phoenix? And wait, one-off. You're in Phoenix? Oh shit, dude. I'm gonna be down in Scottsdale. Oh, they have them in Ohio too? Aldi's is global? We don't have one in Washington. What the fuck? Is the Albertsons cartel keeping them out? I feel like the Albertsons cartel is keeping them out. Yeah, like, what the fuck, man? I've never seen an Aldi's in person. Ever. And honestly, if I could support anything other than the Albertsons cartel, I would. Kroger. Yeah. Kroger. Like, isn't Kroger Albertsons too? Like, Kroger owns QFC. Like, dude, Kroger owns too much. Yeah, they acquired Safeway and Albertsons in general. Like, oh my god. Yeah, dude. Fuck Kroger. Dude. Fuck Kroger. Ah, they're the worst. Like, basically, Kroger is responsible for, like, the inflation in groceries that we have. You know that, right? Kroger is massively responsible for that because they own too much of the market. Yeah, Kroger. Fuck Kroger. Dude, I am so anti-Kroger. It sucks that they're the only grocery stores in, like, nearby distance. The grocery stores I have nearby: Kroger, an Albertsons, a Safeway. Do they also own Fred Meyer? Hold on, wait. Yes, Kroger owns Fred Meyer. Dude, fuck Kroger. They're the fucking worst. Dude, I fucking hate Kroger. If I had a nearby store that wasn't Kroger, I would use it as much as I can. There is a Trader Joe's nearby. I should definitely be buying more stuff from Trader Joe's. I should figure out what I can get from Trader Joe's and then buy anything else from Kroger. Like, dude. Fuck Kroger. God, that just made me so sad. They had a Gru fart gun for $25? I mean, I'd buy it as long as it doesn't go to Kroger. Yeah, dude. Fuck Kroger. That bums me out. You guys just made me really sad. But hold on, let's think about what we can do, plugin wise. Right? What is a function we could run within GetKraken that we could use the result of in a plugin? Maybe export functions that use user credentials and expose API data that we don't make public yet.
Chop your wood and weave a nest from sticks, or let the cold in. Let's weave a little house out of dreams.
No, I get it, y'all. Like, none of this stuff is actually relevant towards Get Kraken specific. That's like the core thing I'm trying to do. I want to talk as much about Get Kraken as possible. Because that is the best chance that I have of Get Kraken reimbursing my plane ticket. I know, it's a bit selfish. But I'm only human. So one-off error, Git Kraken is a suite of tools that wrap Git operations. So when you need to look at your Git history, we have the Git commit graph, right? When you want to analyze your PRs that you need to actually act upon, right? Someone did a review and something happened, right? Sure. And especially that is relevant when you have multiple repos that you might make PRs to. Right? So I work at GitKraken, which is a dev tools company, which is why SquiggleConf, I think, accepted our talk. I think they misunderstood what I was proposing at the time, but because Josh Goldberg is the man, he let me through. And, you know, I think we can still make an entertaining talk. But my gist is I need to come up with good functionality we can expose to the users, and according to Akavenge, I should absolutely make sure I am capitalizing these E's. Right? There we go, Akavenge. You're welcome. And also, thank you.
Way down by morning in my birthday suit.
Wait, what about his birthday suit?
The evening, just for a while. Backwards, upside down, and inside out. So hold on, or it'll fall down. Oh, heave the oceans too, won't you? I'll keep my ears on, I'll keep my eyes open, I'll keep my legs in sight and wait till we all fall down. Come along, catch a heffalump. Sit with me on a muddy clump. We'll sing a song of days gone by. Run along now, don't be glum. Get you gone now, have some fun. Don't be long for the end is nigh. Don't let moments pass along and waste before your eyes. March with me in the borough groves. Come with me in the slimy toes. And never ask us why. Come along now. Run away from the humdrum. We'll
Alright, so, sorry, and Tuto! Hey, Tuto, what are you up to? What do you do on your stream? I don't think I'm familiar with your content.
sleep when the morning comes, and we'll rise by the sound of the bird song.
Wait, hold on. Wait. That shouted me out. Wait, what the? Wait, I left an extra space. That is absolutely a Nightbot bug. It shouted me out. Okay, alright, whatever. Let's try this again. There we go. Alright, so Laravel stuff. What with Laravel? Yeah, and let's do the other shout out. You have a couple projects you made live using Laravel, Filament, and Livewire. Cool, that's awesome. I am like fundamentally anti stuff like Livewire or Live View in the Elixir space. Like, you know, there's a lot of like things that do it. I might be old school. I just want to build a REST API and consume it with a bunch of other things. So personally, myself, I would actually build a REST API, possibly with Laravel, with any other thing, right? Like, I don't care. I could build the REST API with anything, and my front end could be built with anything that consumes it, and then never the twain shall meet, and these things are independently, like, iterable. Like, I think that's a word. Iterable? Iterative? Iterative. There we go. That's probably better. Right? So that's the idea. Like, I love that separation of concerns. I never want my API server rendering a template. Ugh, gross. So again, this is my personal opinion. I'm not saying you got to do anything or change anything. Your audience, at least, right? The people coming through on the raid, at least know like where I sit. I'll happily build an API with Laravel. I don't give a shit. But I pretty much never want Laravel to render a template for me. Laravel Sanctum. Laravel Santorum. Totally different thing. Totally different thing. So is Sanctum basically like the API only version of Laravel? Back in my day, they just called that Laravel. Okay. No, that's awesome. Yeah, Laravel Sanctum makes a lot of sense to me. I totally get that. 100%. Like, yep. With sprinkles included. Alright.
Time she does, she passed along her way, and dawn she crept like a frightened girl out from the nighttime sway. But in the merry month of May, a solemn fast does learn, for spring it sprung as spring it does.
Hold on 1 second.
Puts the bees to work.
Anyway. No, so I don't use Vue. I'm like React pilled, but only for the sake of like velocity. Like I know I've used Vue enough. I've built Nuxt sites. I've like actually when Nuxt 3 was coming out, I had early adopted way too early and ran into some like Pena issues with it. At this point, I want something stable, which is why I'm not even using React 19. I probably won't until other people say it's good enough, right? I hate early adopting. But again, like the majority of my career has been either React or Angular, and honestly, I wouldn't mind jumping back into some Angular. But at this point, like my expertise is React focused, right? As far as like being able to launch something as quick as possible. My main goal as a streamer is to build stuff and launch it and get it out there as quick as possible. My career has been focused on building things for clients that need things in certain ways. And yes, I've done a bunch of Angular projects. I've like worked at an agency. I've worked at a company that like, yeah, I needed to create the document that decided what front-end framework we would use. My boss was basically saying like, yeah, just frame it in a way that we would pick Angular, which I did, which was fine. And it was what I would use anyway. Like if I'm building an enterprise application, right? Something where I'm expecting other people to have to jump in and like understand it as quick as possible. That's Angular to me, for sure. Absolutely, 1000%. Because every React project is like a unique snowflake. Every Vue project is a unique snowflake. Every Angular project kind of follows the same patterns. As long as you're not going like the NGRX route. I've never done NGRX. I never will. I'm sorry, like it just makes zero sense to me. Now, would I use some signals here and there? Maybe. But at the end of the day, like, what's wrong with the service? They're light enough. So yeah, to me, I think RxJS and services are such a common pattern that solves so many problems that if you were to opt for signals in Angular in general, you're going to run into issues that you would need to solve that you no longer can do unless you want to bring in RxJS, and then you're already paying the cost for that library, so you should have just done it from the beginning anyway. I know there might be people that disagree, but at some point you're going to run into some type of thing that needs a subject that you subscribe to in a very specific way that you maybe like do at the global level, right? The root, or maybe you do at like a specific route level or something. Like the moment you end up doing that, why don't you just stick with that pattern for everything? I just don't see a reason to diverge from a good global pattern. So to me, like signals in Angular don't actually solve a problem. I think that's just Angular jumping onto a bandwagon instead. But again, I'm just a barely senior engineer with strong opinions. Somewhat senior is my favorite way of phrasing it. And let me point out, like, I've done WordPress way back in the day. Like, I've done WordPress sites. I've done Magento sites. I've done raw PHP with Symfony. Like, totally. I've totally worked on Laravel sites back in the day when our external third-party engineer couldn't figure out how to do OAuth. Yeah, I jumped in and fixed that for him. Even though I was like the only front-end person trying to build out a crazy application. yeah, if I gotta jump into it and do the OAuth for you, I got it. Whatever, it's no big deal. Well, the fact that you couldn't do it means I'm actually doubting everything else you built, too. But whatever. But yeah, so I am like full stack upon full stack engineer. Like, I'll do whatever. That said, I do have opinions because I'm a software dev, right? But yes, I try and not have strong opinions. That said, just doing software dev does, like, form opinions anyway, you know?
Only thinking of the short term. The time was looking back at me.
But yeah, no, Laravel seems cool. God, what's his name? Josh something or whatever? Josh Siri? I love his pivot into being like a Laravel shill. Because he kind of was already. He was already a Laravel shill, but, you know. I like a lot of the content he has made since then. Because it does still add, like, nuance. But there are some videos he's made where it's like, oh, and you can do this with Laravel, and it's so much better. Haha. And it's like, dude, that wasn't hard to begin with. So, benefit of the doubt, he has to make content for it. I'm a developer advocate for GitKraken. I should probably use GitKraken more, but I just make commits from the command line. I'm sorry, like, no, it's how I work. On projects where I have more people working with me and I got, like, PRs to deal with and all that, that's where I think GitKraken shines. I don't need GitKraken to do, like, a git commit for me. That's the easy part. So I think, actually, that makes me a really good developer advocate for GitKraken. Because I'm actually working how, like, I work with Git in the same way that most devs work with Git. And then the way I use GitKraken ends up being more relevant to devs that actually use GitKraken. You know? Like, that actually, like, would need GitKraken for specific things. So, I want to point that out at least. I still think I was a great hire. That's not just me defending my job. Okay, hold on. Fallen, that's a Go thing, right? Like, Go Ops? I read that as, like, pure, like, spam, like, you might be having a stroke type moment. I thought you were having a stroke.
Sailing seas in bathtubs, green to grimy shore.
Get oops? That's a thing?
Waging war to wage
Huh.
wars and
Okay. I thought that was like Go Ops file remove. Like, I don't know, man. Why wouldn't you just do like Git RM?
squeeze a right hand foot into a left hand shoe. Eat your words, the first and third should taste of you.
You made an alias called Goops, which is get oops or something, right? Okay. Get filter branch. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I use an alias called get LG. It's like a better get log. So yeah, like turn this into this, and it actually does like the cool like branching stuff too. Again, I'm a developer advocate for GitKraken. I think if we bring in this alias and then evaluate the output line by line ourselves, we could actually add some like interactive nature to it. And that'd be amazing. But again, I'll probably have to do a bit of like discovery myself here on stream or elsewhere about like how could we do that.
Here come go rummaging, nowhere has your
Yeah, so it's like actually a get config alias LG. So I believe this should actually be like fully universal. Like this is the thing you would copy and paste, you know? It's not bad. Like, yeah, so you should check it out. If you're just looking for like a good git log, you know? A good get Kenny logins. Oh, I love this song. God, yeah, that chorus hits so good. But okay, yeah, let's continue doing what we're barely doing right now. Oh, like if you commit a key. Committing that key should not be as easy as you thought, because there should be a universal git ignore for like .env files. If you're putting a key directly in your code because you're too lazy to put it in the env, shame on you. Shame! Right? Ring the bell. If not, I would say you could introduce a better practice at your company. Right? Like some tool to evaluate that stuff. Like, honestly, that should not be an issue. I've done it before, but we're talking like 8 years ago, you know? And yeah, someone was like, oh, you've only been a dev for 10 years? Like, how do you have so much experience? Well, let me point out. When I say 10 years, I have 10 years on my resume. Beyond that, we got to go back like at least 6. So it's like 16 maybe. But even then, like, the dev I did before I was pro, I'd still push back on that being proper, you know? Like, I have enough history in PHP that I've done Symfony, like, APIs, like REST APIs. When Laravel was, like, the new hot thing. Yeah, I just picked Symfony, because Laravel's using Symfony anyway. Why not just use Symfony?
I tried to linger a while.
That makes sense, Fallen. No, I totally get that. That does make sense. I do think instead you could train them up on generating their own keys, and that'd be better, you know? Right, that would be a better learning experience in my opinion anyway. And Humble Web Dev, Zend Framework 2. Ooh, that's old school too. So you did some Magento 1 work, right? You've done Magento, but not Magento 2. Right? Honestly, Magento, it's somehow still the best PHP like e-commerce framework. I know, Adobe is where good software goes to die. Magento is still like, yeah, it solves a really good problem. Local Docker Laravel. That's fine. I mean, you could just do a map site. You can do all sorts of stuff if you want to do local Laravel. Like, nah, you don't need something boilerplate for that shit. Come on, nah, you got this. You can do anything other than that. Shit. No, I've never done a Silverlight plugin. I have done Flash stuff, but no, I never wrote any Silverlight, never did any Cold Fusion. You're right. I'm a sweet summer child in that regard. So hold on. GS Volt, you don't let it affect you much, but you still think about it. Dude, do some Silverlight, like, Cold Fusion dev, and you're good to go. Nailed it. Nailed it. You'll be the only one I know for a fact. Fallen, no, I get that. Before Docker was, like, popular, I totally wrote Vagrant scripts. Like, duh. I wrote Vagrant because I was still working on a Windows machine at one point. Would you call that a Vagrant story? Some people get the joke, other people are not old enough. I'm sorry. You're just not old enough. I totally have a Vagrant story in my book. Damn, dude, I just aged myself so hard that I lost more hair. Fuck. Dude, I thought Vagrant was a fantastic experience. Like, when Docker tried to replace it, Docker actually was worse. I don't get why people preferred Docker for a local dev experience. That shit sucks way more. But no, it's like actually more consistent with the environment that you're deploying to and all that stuff. Like, I get it. Like, I totally understand. Docker solved problems that you just didn't have. Yeah, that sounds about right. Homestead. Wait, Homestead, was that like a Laravel thing? Ah, okay. Yeah. Again, I didn't do enough Laravel, so no, I was building Vagrant scripts. Even for front end, I was building Vagrant scripts so that I didn't have to deal with another dev onboarding and having to pick the right, like, node version. Nope, it's part of your node version, fucking deal with it. The node version is part of your fucking Vagrant environment. I set that up, you run that command, you do your dev, and you move on. But okay, we're just ranting at this point. I do think we hit something good with what we got. I think I'm at the point where, yes, hold on. What meetings do I have tomorrow? I have one at 8 a.m. All right, so, oh shit. Let me look at only my meetings. All right, so I have a good portion after the 8 a.m. meeting. All right, okay, cool. It's 9 p.m. I mean, yeah, hold on, wait. You feel like 5 minutes Q&A might not be enough? They only give us 2 minutes for Q&A. So dude, GS Volt, like, are you saying, like, I'm gonna need more about Xism? I'm sorry, man, like, nah, we're gonna have to make it, like, good enough. Oh, you got laid off. I'm sorry, humble web dev. Ah, dude. Do you at least get, like, a good... Like, do you get a good, unemployment, like, bout? So you're happy about it? Like, I mean, I'm just saying. Severance was okay, and you get, like, unemployment too, right? So that's good. And you got time to then do, like, you know, apply to other jobs and all that. That's awesome, man. Like, yeah, dude. Yeah, unemployment should cover you for at least, like, 6 months. That's solid, dude. You should definitely be applying as soon as fucking possible, though. I'm not saying spam out your resume, but you should do what unemployment requires, which is 3 applications a week. And you'll get something eventually anyway, right? But, like, yeah. Oh, you already have something lined up. Oh, dude. Right. Cheers to that one, then. Whoa! GS Volt. Yeah, you fucked up, dude. Oh, you massively fucked up, dude. No offense, sorry. Like, I'm not trying to rub salt in the wound. I'm just saying, for other people out there, I'm trying to, like, ham it up a bit. Yeah. Like, dude, that sucks. Yeah. You should apply for unemployment as soon as humanly possible. And, hold on. Here's the thing, Humble Web Dev. Your unemployment. Do you get a job in 2 weeks to a month? You can get unemployment for those 2 weeks to a month. You're leaving money on the table if you're not taking that, right? You got to pay taxes on it, sure, but like, dude, you're leaving money on the table. Absolutely. Damn right, you got the time. Like, you should definitely do it. Whenever your new job starts, the time between those two jobs, your previous job should pay for. Right? Like, that's fucking science. Like, absolutely. Your previous job paid into unemployment, you should collect as much as you humanly can. Now, the fact that you got another job lined up, even. MB Dealer, Mr. Sir, 41 months, you're like one away from the answer to the question of the life, the universe, and everything. Like,
the World Dart Extravaganza. Known for their precision, they famously hit a triple bullseye finish in a nail-biting final round, clinching the championship title against the top contenders. This iconic play is replayed in darts clubs around the world, marking them as a legend in the sport. Beyond this, they've set records for the highest number of consecutive bullseyes in a single tournament and pioneered a unique throwing technique now aptly named
consecutive bullseyes, unique technique. Oh my god. Hell yeah. But yeah, real quick, hold on. GS Volt. Yeah, there you go. Hold on. Those bastards need to pay for sure. GS Volt. Pride only costs you money. Pride never costs anyone else anything. So Pride is basically worthless, and at some point actually costs you. Pride never has a positive value. That's the main thing I'm trying to point out. Like, again, like, Humble Web Dev might be good, but other people need to hear this. Pride never has a positive value. Like, I'm not joking when I say that. I'm not, like, speaking from some, like, random thing. Like, Pride never has a positive value. Who here has actually had Pride actually make them money? There could be an edge case. I'm really curious about that. I've never heard of it. In my opinion, Pride is the most, like, one of the most costly things you can do. Right? It's hubris. It's occupational hubris. And yes, I did watch The League recently, so I'm totally thinking of, like, the vaginal hubris episode. But yeah, hubris never helps. Like, pretty much never. Pretty much never. There might be like 10% of the time. No, I get that, Humble Web Dev, but that's not pride. That is self-esteem. There's a very big difference between having a baseline self-esteem and having, like, being like a proud, or like, you know, using pride when you shouldn't, you know? So I'm definitely like dealing in semantics at this moment, right? Pride meaning like the sin of pride. And again, I'm not religious, so take that with a grain of salt. But the way religion refers to pride. Don't let that ever hold you back. Self-consciousness, massively important. Pride, different. I am specifically talking about like the religious definition of pride. And I'm not religious, so I don't know. Fuck if I know. Whatever. Yeah, GS Volt. No, I 100% understand it. Again, I'm not trying to like roast you. I'm not trying to make you feel bad about it. But I am pointing out for other people's experience, like, I assume you're better off now. So like, yeah, you can look back on it, not fondly, but etc. Right? Like having a chip on your shoulder, that is pride. Not being like confident in your work, that's a different thing. Like confidence is different from pride. And really, like when we talk about pride, instead it's hubris. Hubris is easy to separate from confidence, you know? That's my main point, right? Pride sits somewhere in the middle. You can be proud of things. Don't feel bad about being proud of things. But the moment you feel like you're experiencing hubris, ooh, you're fucking up. Right? Just in general, in life, in any aspect of your life, hubris is wrong. Pride is a gray area. Confidence, usually fine. Right? These are things that exist on a spectrum. Hubris is at the far end of you're fucking up. So again, GS Volt, would you represent what you were experiencing as hubris? If so, I would like to say, all right, pride that blinds. Exactly. Yes. Was that a chat GPT? Was that like Wikipedia or something? All right. Hubris in your case, specifically. For sure. There you go. From Wikipedia. There we go. All right. Awesome. Thank you. I would say yes. Hubris is a problem. Pride, not necessarily a problem. Right? Pride is like right there in the gray area, in the middle. Ty Lopez. I don't recognize the term. I should probably. YouTube ad guy? All right, I gotta look it up. I mean, that already sounds like fuck that dude. I already hate him. I've never even met him, never chatted with him. Fucking hate this dude already. How to live a good life. The good life. Fuck you. Give us a call. Oh, what a fucking dickhead. Dude, he seems like the shittiest of the shitty. He is flexing in that photo. Right? We can recognize this dude is flexing in this fucking photo. And he's not even cut. Like, dude, he's fucking flexing and we know it. No, I've never seen his YouTube ads. I pay for YouTube Premium. So I don't have to see shitbags like this. Richest people in the world is a thing he did? Ah, I'd never watch any of his content ever. He wears red glasses? What is the red for? Dude, fuck this dude. Hell no. Hell no. I would never watch that shit willingly. Again, I'm saying I have YouTube Premium. I'm pretty sure I've never seen it. Like, honestly, I don't watch much YouTube as well. That's a big part of, like, why I probably don't have a successful YouTube. Because I don't watch YouTube. I just don't. Only way I ever would have seen that dude is if it was an ad. He did ads before Premium. That said, I basically didn't watch YouTube until the past, 5 years or so? He was the YouTube ad guy. Again, like, I don't remember any of it. Maybe I saw it. Like, this dude, I kind of remember. Because I remember, like, Rox, right? Like, y'all remember Rox Codes. This dude used to make a bunch of shit. I feel like I've seen one of this dude's ads. But nah, man, like, I don't watch YouTube. Other than, like, the music I listen to and, like, some of that shit. Like, he was before Gary? No, so here's the thing. I never saw a Gary fucking ad either. I only ever saw it on, like, Rox Codes' stream. I'm very much, like, separated from, like, the YouTube shitty, like, atmosphere. I never watched any of that shit. I've seen infomercials by Tony Robbins. Are they the YouTube version of Tony Robbins? Well, okay, I get it. All right, makes sense. At least Tony Robbins seems like a person that you'd want to talk to. Yeah, no, like, I never watched any of that shit. I'm like the sweet summer child when it comes to YouTube. I never watched any of that shit. That said, hold up. When we go to my, hold on. When we go to my YouTube channel, no, not mine, but Mathemagic. No, that's the one. Here we go. Right? I made YouTube videos 17 years ago. Does that mean I watched YouTube? Fuck no. Nah, man. Here's my favorite part. I bet my oldest YouTube video is older than any other content creator you watch here on Twitch. Because I was just some broke-ass snowboarder looking for some place to host a video. It was either here or fucking Vimeo. So yeah, dude, like 18 years ago. Yeah, I posted YouTube videos. Fuck it. I don't know, man. I thought YouTubers were fucking charlatans the entire time. And I think that's still true. Like, 100%, man. But you want to watch my oldest fucking snowboard videos? Yeah, I gotcha. Nah, man, like, YouTube people were cringe as fuck back then. But it was a good, cheap place to host a video. It was free. That's the best kind of cheap. It was either here or Vimeo. And Vimeo actually, like, scrubs videos at this point. Like, I don't know. I'm good. I'm glad I picked this. Just because there's more JPEG than JPEG, right? More human than human, more JPEG than JPEG on these videos. As a broke-ass snowboarder, I'm good on it. I'm fine with it. Dude, Some of this was recorded on really nice cameras, but YouTube recompresses this shit like every year. Like, no, not an actual camcorder with a VHS. Some of this shit was like GL2s and fucking like some of this was like HVXs, you know? Like, really good cameras at the time, at least. But YouTube has turned it into like, yeah, it's like a slideshow of JPEGs, right? Like really bad JPEGs. Because YouTube recompresses this shit every year. They make it worse and worse and worse. Dude, like, this is worse than it was 3 years ago when we watched it. They have made it worse, actively. Like, I really think YouTube doesn't like me. Give me more JPEG, man. Dude, yeah, YouTube fucks me every year, dude. So yeah, this was the very first year I got sponsored. This was 2006. So the summer shots, and this right here, Oregon. Winter shots, Washington. Self-host the original videos. You think I still have the original videos? Nah, definitely not. Nah. No, definitely not. Dude, those hard drives died like 15 years ago. Are you kidding? Right? When I plug that hard drive in, I just hear click, 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 click. Click. Dude, no way. No way in hell. Sure, yeah, I might pay $1 million for that data recovery. Nah, I'm good, man. Like, whatever. We all get old. Our memories of the past fade. It's fine. It's totally fine, man. Here's the second video, I guess. Yeah. You're probably right. You're right. God, I miss these days, though. Just classic. God, just the best. Dude, I miss those days. I really do. But yeah, just saying. Like, I never watched any of the core YouTube people you're talking about. But I will bet money that you don't know a single fucking, like, tech creator that has a YouTube video older than my Sponsor Me shit. Because I made that shit right when YouTube was popular, like, brand new. Yeah, GoPro was like 4 years later, dude. GoPro was way later than the videos I just showed you. Like, way later. And I do have some videos on my, on my hard drives that do go back that far. Hold on. Let's see how far back we can go. Honestly, I should be wrapping up. I should make a sandwich. But, you know, we got time. Fuck it. Oh, wait. Did I back this up? Ooh, I really do need to go grab, like, the other backups. Yeah, I need this shit, like, really redundant. Oh, yeah, Humble Web Dev, like, GoPro is dying as a business because they failed to, like, capitalize on the 360 cam market. Like, in a major way. Like, dude, yeah, Instacam is eating their fucking lunch. Like, I need to buy a new Instacam. I have like a 1080p Instacam. I could totally buy like the brand new ones they got. And I probably will. Yeah. So yeah, anyway. Their stock is worth under $2? Because, yeah, I feel like, did their CEO just step away or something? Like, what are they even doing? They never actually had the hardware market, like, dialed because they just farm out their, like, manufacturing to Chinese companies anyway. So some random company in China can just eat their lunch. There's nothing proprietary about a GoPro. They never made any of their own chips. They never made any of their own software. Like, dude, it's really bad. Yeah. It's a shame. Major shame. Shame! Ring the bell. But yeah, anyway, I should wrap up. I should raid someone. Their software really, really, really did suck. Yeah, you're not wrong. They might have created the market, but they didn't actually, like, solve a problem. Yeah, so who are we gonna go raid? Who's streaming right now? Coding with Strangers? Let's do that. Let's go raid Coding with Strangers. And yeah, here on stream, I think this was the solution to what we just did. Right? We solved this one slide. My 12 minutes, we'll see if they're okay with it. We'll see what they say I gotta cut. Oh, we see Leah T. Codes over there even. Like, yeah, honorary Lambo. No big deal. But yeah, no, I need to eat this sandwich and play some game because, yeah, I'm not getting work done tonight. It's already too late. Tomorrow is a work day and probably a work night. I got so much editing to do, but I didn't get to, like, record any of it. I actually need to let my voice rest for tomorrow so I can actually record this stuff. I'm gonna be doing so much video editing on the flight to Boston, you know? But I think we're okay. I'm fully okay with it. All right, so YouTube, Twitter, and Algora, I will say farewell. Cheers.